Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Hello. Got the coffee. Hope you guys have the coffee. We should be live and everything should be broadcasting. So please let me know if you can see the correct screen, which currently has silver on it. And I will draw. Let's see, I got to get my drawing tools all squared away. We got Jonas, my developer, calling me. We're working on NinjaTrader, getting very close, which is fantastic. Just give me a second here. Jonas is trying to get a hold of me. All right. So, Ralph, good morning. Yes, can see. Okay. And can you hear me all right? The volume's coming in loud and clear. Hope so. Hey, Zest. Good morning. Ralph, good to go. Okay. Great. Well, let's take a look and see what we've got shaken here. We've got our end of day analysis to guide us. So for those of you who watched that video last night and took notes, you know what I expect for the day, but let's see what Asia and London have done with these markets. We'll start getting some alerts here momentarily. Just take care of one thing over here. Very, very nice. Okay. There it is. All right, I got 100 things going on, guys. Okay, got Tradeify here, ready to rock. All right, so the first alert that I kind of got set up to was silver, and that was right here. We know we expect bullishness in silver, but we also know silver can be a widowmaker like natural gas, loves to suck longs in and then smash them to the short side. So, I mean, looks like a pretty clean break this time, but maybe not. We'll see. So far, that support level that I talked about in the end of day analysis is holding nicely. That was kind of the level right there I called out. And the reason for that is that you've got the trend dynamic market level here, the DML, the trend DML, that cyan dot and the true average and the envelope top all stacked there. You want to look with VolPro Edge, use your multiple time period analysis, and then look for where these are stacked. So that level is key right there for silver. And you can see that that so far has marked the low of day, which is in white right here. So the question I have to ask myself is, do I see a reversal right here? No. Do I see a trend? Yeah, we're in the early stages of a trend, and this thing could definitely continue to push. So I want to wait and see if we get a pullback in the trend. I'm monitoring too many markets to look for the lower time period volume pullback, like I talk about in that video I teaching you guys for trend trading. So I'm waiting for the higher time period pullback, and oftentimes I don't get it, but that's because I've just got way too much to focus on. I can't be here like dialed in on silver. You know, I'm looking for very specific setups. So I hope that makes sense. What's up, Sean? Good morning, man. You should be all good with your indicators and everything. Good to see you. We'll have a great June, everybody. Let's go ahead and rock and roll. And I don't know, Dave, if you're here, but I show your membership, your access to Discord is the same as it's always been. So we'll troubleshoot that. I don't know what you should see all the channels per the usual in the members area. So we'll fix that. I don't know why that's happening. So yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and wait for our we got a lot of, did all that just come in right now? I think, wow, we got copper. I don't want to miss anything here. So copper's kind of trending, a lot of support into that pocket. See, that was that exhaust I was talking about in copper to maybe push price back down. It did have an effect for sure. Anyways, I don't want to do anything on copper and I don't want to miss anything. So let's look at the Russell. So, you know, on the indices, we are bullish for the day out of support levels. We'll see what happens. Let's look at soybeans. We don't have to look at. Let's look at platinum and then crude oil. It's always a little rushed when we get started, guys, because all these alerts come in and I got to catch up, and then we can kind of settle in a little bit. I just don't want to miss anything. So platinum here trending down. I think there's going to be a lot of support, I think, down here around 1040 today. So we would look for a reversal down there for sure into that weekly area right there. So let's wait for that. Let's look at crude. So crude, we were bullish, talked about that last night in the end of day analysis. Not really much range expansion yet in crude, so we'll wait for the range expansion. Let's go back to copper just to make sure we didn't miss anything here. So yeah, copper starting kind of like silver, you're starting that trend. I mean, I don't know, we'll see. I'm more confident in silver from the long side. What's gold doing? So gold's kind of similar. I mean, I expect a lot of support right where we're at right now. So this could be a reversal signal, potentially setting up on gold to get back to the highs potentially, because you've got a nice trend run down on the gold 20,000 volume chart. Put in the low a day. You got decent range expansion from way up here to down here. Not bad. So if we were to get the signs of a reversal, just like we did, Ralph, on the Nasdaq last Friday, it's a very similar setup where we'd look to the lower time period and try and get a move like this, you know, back up toward these highs. So let's keep an eye on that. What we don't want on these reversals, guys, for me anyways, like if this bar closes, you know, because I'm waiting for the closes because I have to. It anchors me. I've got too many markets. I can't, like, I got to wait for the closes. It's just the way that I do it. And, you know, there's so many markets, it's going to work fine. But if we get a close like that on gold, you know, the train has left the station. I can't take that, right? I need to close, you know, kind of nice and snug down in here somewhere where I've got confirmation, but the train hasn't quite left the station. The lower time period needs to be confirming. And then hopefully, if I'm long, off we go. So that's what we're looking for. But we still have about 10,000 contracts left to trade on gold because we've only traded about 10,000. It's a 20,000 contract chart. So let's go ahead. I think my volume is off for whatever reason. Not really sure. Let's go ahead and turn that on so we get pinging. Volume should be on. So you guys should hear every time we get an alert. Let's see. JP, what's up, man? Good morning. Cam, good morning. Sean, yeah, good morning. Zest, good morning. Watching copper long here too. Yeah, copper's got a lot of support coming out of that pocket there for sure. I'm a little less crazy about copper, Zest, just because we're coming out of all this here. So there could be some overhang, but let's see. We just got an alert on silver again. So there is some volume coming in on silver. Yeah, you can see silver's probably headed back to these highs. So now look, those of you who want to do your own thing, you know, if you really want to bring up your silver intraday charts, you know, you can start looking for those pullbacks on the lower time period. So in this case, for me on silver, it's the lower time period. I use a 3600 volume as the higher time period. And then I'm using a 720 as the lower time period because that's divisible by 5. So we just go up here, see if we can find silver somewhere. Where are we? Oh, we're 34s. My bad. I think I had a Freudian slip there. I was going on higher prices for silver because I think we're going to higher prices. All right, there's silver. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, if you guys want to look, you know, for pullbacks here as this starts to trend up, look for the congestion support level on the lower time period as this is making a sustainable trend. You know, there you go. This was probably, you know, back in here on these pullbacks was fantastic. And this is where also, you know, you guys got to use, I know everybody wants to be mechanical. That's kind of the dream, you know, to not have to do is, you know, not have to think too much, just to kind of follow instructions. But trading, there's always going to be these nuances, right? So even if you're waiting for, you know, 3 closes for a trend here on silver, if you're trading this trend system I've taught you guys, you could count that as 1, you know, 2, 3. And then when you see this start to do this and you see these here, just take them, right? So these are the things you're going to have to work out as you get better at that. corn, wheat, etc. Yeah, I kind of expected that. I mean, quite a few charts are a mess right now, Zest. I talked about that in my analysis last night. I see the same thing. So let's look at ultra bonds. Ultra bonds, I expected, we talked about this in the analysis that I thought there would be some support here. So far, there has been nice support. I mean, I think it's going to be kind of range bound, but we certainly could push deeper into this pocket. We'll see. Here's a reversal setting up potentially on ultra bonds. It's not really something I'd want to take just because the range hasn't expanded that much and we're not really at a level I like. Going against this daily, I would like it more up here. So I'll wait on ultra bonds for that. So how you guys doing? Do you guys, anybody trade London or Asia? I'm just making sure I'm monitoring the Discord as well. Let's see here. I'll get to all that later. So guys, we've got a new member. It's Apex is the username, APEKS. I believe I'm just checking. Yeah, APEKS, a new member from Malaysia. So when you see him in the chat, I believe it's a him, then please make him feel welcome. That would be nice. So our first Malaysian member. AJ, well, yeah, you use VolPro Edge to start making some cash, and then you can spend some time in Asia and trade when you're out there. I think Asia is going to be the new time zone, to be honest. Like, we'll see. We'll be in Costa Rica for a while, but I might have to go to Malaysia next because Malaysia also has a very favorable tax structure. So I'm always basing where I'm traveling based on the tax structure of the place I'm going to be at because that's very important. And, you know, it's a small world when it comes to tax structures. Believe me, I've done a lot of, I should be an international tax consultant with all the research I've done on that. I've heard Malaysia is beautiful. That would be my top choice in Asia just because of the tax structure there. And also because we have a new member from Malaysia. So why not? We can do the Malaysian hang. Christian, what's up? Good morning, my friend. Cheers. You guys remember, Jesus loves Spokane. This mug cracks me up every time I see it because it was already in the condo when we rented it. I didn't buy the mug, but it cracks me up. The reason it cracks me up is because somebody took time to make a mug that says Jesus loves Spokane. I just find that hilarious. All right. And guys, I believe in everything. I believe in God. I believe in Buddha. I believe in, you know, a higher power, whatever somebody wants to call it. The name to me is not important. It's the love and how you live your life. Do you give? And are you a nice guy? You know, that's what it's all about. I'm not a big fan of jerks. I don't think any of us are. All right. So we're just waiting for our alerts here. Let's make sure Jonas was able to log into the server. That's why he's contacting me because, you know, it's got to verify the identity. So it sends a code to the VolPro Edge email, and then I got to give the code to Jonas so he can go into the server and blah, blah, blah. I know he sent me a voice message. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure he's all good. Okay, Nat Gas. Wild markets here, right? Just boom, boom, boom. I mean, you are at all that resistance on the weekly. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is kind of all over the map right now. And the good news, you know, for how I read the markets with VolPro Edge, usually if it is all over the map, I can see that because it's not clear. And if it's not clear, I just don't do anything, right? And that saves me a lot of headaches by not being in markets I shouldn't be in when I shouldn't be in them. That helps a lot. So Nasdaq probably just going to lollygag around until the open is my guess. I mean, an ideal spot for me on the Nasdaq would be right here, guys. Boom. When you see the VolPro Edge reaction support level coming up at an angle like that, and you see that DML like that, and you're bullish, I mean, oftentimes it will like to fish down there and then just rip like this. So I would be looking for something like that. I'm not going to take action in the middle of this range. I mean, we could just start pushing straight up from here, but we'll just have to wait and see about that. Yeah, exactly. Love is the best. That's why I wrote the book, Love is the Path, because it is. I mean, look, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I can get really pissed off and probably be a jerk as well, but I try to not be. All right, let's look at Nat Gas already triggered. Let's just scroll through. I just want to see where we're at while we're waiting for our next alert. So here's ES. This is going to be the same as NQ, obviously, except the pattern's a little bit different. Be looking for, that was really funny yesterday, right? We're patient all day and just not a whole lot happening. And then the last, 5 minutes or whatever it was, again, the market just kind of, well, it was kind of just grinding and didn't really do much until about the last hour. You put on those extra 30 handles. Anyways, I don't like power hour, so I don't care. Hopefully you guys who traded it got a piece of it. So NQ, we're just waiting. Nasdaq waiting. Dow waiting. Gold, we'll just have to see where we go. I mean, certainly if gold wants to fish down into this pocket here, that'd be beautiful to buy potentially if we get a reversal down there. I mean, we broke through all that weekly DML, everything there, 3360. That's all coming in, reinforcing the daily crossover, the daily pocket. So the lower gold goes, the better the potential reversal opportunity in my mind. And I would be willing to pretty much load up down there, load the boat, as they say. Port it. Let's see, I got a message. Oh, okay, cool. Dave is on a plane. Nice. He said it's working fine now. Awesome. Okay, cool. Let me just message him. He's flying back. He was in Scotland. I told him my last name is Scottish and Welsh. It's Owens is Welsh. Owings can be Scottish or Welsh. Interesting times in the Owings clan. My genetics are Scottish, Welsh, German, and Irish. No British. All right. So just for those of you who wanted the genealogy chart on me, probably some Scandinavian sprinkled in as well. Never did the genetic testing. Don't really want my genetic code out there. That's why I didn't do it, but sounds cool. Might do it one day. All right, so we're waiting, kind of slow right now. Did you guys take any trades overnight? Zest, you in anything, or everybody flat while we wait? Cam, how's it going with your reversals? You're on break now, right? So you're able to pretty much focus on this. And are you doing well with your reversals? I answered your questions last night, and I'm getting to more questions day by day. So I think we've got some people, guys, who are really, really starting to focus on their thing using VolPro Edge, and I'm helping them kind of hone it in. And they're doing great. So for those of you who are still maybe trying to look for your path, just keep at it and keep trying to find what resonates with you the most, and then we'll make a focus out of it. And then you got to stick to that and trade it religiously. You got to trade it, and you got to not strategy hop. You got to not deviate, and then that's when the success will start to come. The consistency, when you're really dialed in on the same thing every single day, right? Can you imagine yesterday? I didn't get any trades, and then I come in today. I'm like, all right, well, today we're just going to do something totally different. That wouldn't really be good, because then today I could look back and go, oh my goodness, if I would have just stuck to my reversal plan, I could have gotten so many reversals, right? So you don't want to strategy hop. I think that's one of the worst things for people. Okay, so Christian is flat. Guys, if you don't want me using if I know your first name, I'm just going to use it. And if you don't want me using your first name because it's like YouTube or whatever, let me know and I'll call you by your YouTube name. But I know many of you, I know your first names. I just call you by your first names. Zest is short platinum from last night. Nice. I think platinum was dropping a little bit, so that's good. That's a good open short right there. Yeah, I think probably you could ride that to down to the low a day, hopefully. Zest. Cam, yeah, they've been working pretty well. It's getting a lot easier to spot them out. Exactly. Yeah, that's all part of the process. And I hope you're screenshotting, taking notes, because after, 30, 60 days of doing that, you can look through all your notes and you'll start to notice things and you'll start to, each iteration will get better. You get tighter and tighter and, your losses will become more manageable. You'll find ways how to exploit your winners more. And this is what's really going to make the difference in your performance in your equity curve, right? It's just like, I use athlete examples, a pitcher, once they get really good at throwing, then it's like these small tweaks, with where the finger's at on the ball, the kind of spin they're going to put and all that. And the small tweaks are what are going to take them to the highest levels, right? It's the same in trading. The guys who make a lot of money and the guys who make a shit ton of money, there's not much that separates them. There's just these little tweaks, just like on the ATP tennis tour, the number 100 guy in the world is pretty darn good. But when he plays Roger Federer smokes him. But really, Roger Federer is probably just that much better. That number 100 guy is good, but those little things that Roger does, he's just better. So trading is like that also. That's your target. Yeah, I think that's a good target. Looks like it wants to get down there. Nice. That's a good trade. What's up, Gluey? How you doing, man? You chilling out? Gluey, you got to wait 2 weeks, right? So are you kind of laid up between now and then? Just kind of waiting? We're waiting for trades, Gluey. Yeah, I can feel these, we only launched VolPro Edge 2 months ago and, we're doing fantastic. And since we started, these markets are really going through what I can see on the charts, something is shifting. Some correlations are shifting. You're getting really wacky movements. So it's definitely a transitionary period here with what I'm seeing on the energies, the metal. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the indices, basically right when we started, they were in the middle of that 25, 30% collapse and then just rebounded 25, 30%. I mean, it's not exactly orderly trading, right? So we're watching NQ here, just chilling out. So bored at home. Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, look, study VolPro Edge. Put your boredom to use so you can get rich. That's a good use of it, my friend. I would recommend that. Yeah, you can start doing that trend system. I gave you different. No, I think it was trends, right, Gluey? But I just gave you advice on different markets for your time zone because you're in Australia. Yeah, exactly, Zest. Correlations changing the big macro context. Exactly. You can see that when you've been around the markets a long time, like Zest and I have been. You can see that there's just, for me, I see it in the charts. Things are changing. There's big money flowing in and out here. And that's that's why this is a period for me to, make money. But once everything settles, I'll start really hammering it again. Like right now, I'm trading my live accounts very, very carefully. I'll still port it with prop accounts, obviously. That's what's nice about props. We can take more risk. I don't port all the time, but if I see something I like, I can load up. AJ, the genetic testing, 75% Native American. Wow, cool. 15% Italian, the Japanese, Black, Jewish. Nice. You're everything. So basically, if anybody says anything mean about any race, you can just be like, hey, that offends me because I'm that race. It's nice. It's a good card to have in the pocket. Gluey, already ahead of you. Watch the course again. Did a trend trade today and got some nice profit. Sweet, man. Good job, bro. And yeah, the cinema's good to take a break, relax. When Yeah, and I understand with your leg, you can't do much, right? When I relax, I just go for a long walk on the beach, but that's because I don't have a torn ACL. Um, so I feel for you, man. Gonna be nice to get healthy. How old are you, Gluey? I don't even know if I've ever known that. Um, I know some of you. We got a lot of, very high achieving 20 somethings in here, which is awesome. And we got a diverse mix of people. All right, we got heating oil. So I mean, not really much range expansion here on heating oil. Don't really want to get messed up in that. We just wait. 30. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, man, you got your whole life ahead of you. That's a great spot to get it going with trading. So, I mean, also with your profession, you could have like once you get really good at this, you'll be able to have a big tablet like on your dashboard so that as you're driving, you can just wait for your setups on your dashboard and be like, oh yeah, boom, boom, like there's honestly no reason why you wouldn't be able to trade from work. So it's nice for those of you who have jobs where you maybe don't have to interact with a lot of people, but you're just kind of like doing your thing at your job. You can get it done while monitoring a tablet. You guys got it made because you got your salary and you can trade, right? All right, so Nasdaq's going to open in 28 minutes. Just kind of like I said, sitting here. I would love if the Nasdaq, gave a nice flush down to like 20 below 21.3, sucked everybody in and then gave us one of our reversal signals like that. Boom. I mean, that'd be sweet. That would be nice. I got something on my phone screen. I gotta get it off. You guys remember when I smashed my phone and I got my screen replaced? This replacement screen sucks. Like it works, but if there's any humidity, which obviously in Costa Rica there's always humidity, or there's anything going on, um, any like sprinkles, it doesn't register anything. So I'm probably gonna have to just break it and get a new one. Let me see what Jonas said. All right. So I gave Jonas the verification code to get into the server, and he was like, "No, can't get in." So, anyways, he's working on Ninja. I don't even know why he needs to go in the server right now. I think he's working on making it as fast as possible. We already improved it a lot. The feedback I'm getting, which is fantastic, when you have your chart settings correct. So we're dialing all that in, which is awesome. Guys, remember Aaron the Commodity, our very own Aaron. He's going on Top Step TV on Thursday, which would be really cool. I think at 1 p.m., but I'll confirm that. That'll be awesome. We're getting David going to translate all the course material and everything into Spanish. And then he's going to have a YouTube channel where he, maybe just shares his journey in Espanol. So that'll be cool to make VolPro Edge available to the Spanish speaking community from a native Spanish speaker who speaks very good English as well. So that's awesome. And anybody else that speaks a foreign language, Andreas. No, I know Andreas is super busy right now. He doesn't even have time for his own trading, but he could do it in German. The thing is, most of the Germans speak, pretty good English. I mean, if somebody could put VolPro Edge into Mandarin, that'd be pretty sweet. But all good things in due time. While we wait for our signals. Quiet market this morning, guys. Let's see what we got on the docket. I think we've got some Fed speak. Yeah, that is cool, Christian. It'll be cool to have it in Spanish. So, and guys, we got Christian here. He always lets us know if there's any important news that we're missing, which I appreciate. He's our news guy. All right, so we do have Brazil industrial production. Let's not forget that. Just kidding. So we got the JOLTS job openings at 10. You know, that can move the market. And then we've got Fed speak at, you know, this afternoon, basically 12:45 until the close. You've got a bunch of different Fed people speaking. Goolsby, I think he's a voter. Cook, I'm not sure. Logan, I think, is a voter. Anyways, it'll probably just be more whatever Powell said yesterday, which was kind of a nothing burger, the market liked. So I'm guessing the market's just going to keep liking these Fed speakers. It kind of looks like we're just pushing. You know, for now, we do have this weekly congestion DML to deal with, but I don't know. I think it's going to want to head at least back up here to these. The Dow looks like we got some room to catch up a little bit, push up here to 42,800. So this is a rare day where I like the Dow signal, you know, better than NQ. I'll still trade NQ, but you know, we could have a big day on the Dow here. We could squeeze up through all these and tag that extension, maybe through it. So you could either today or tomorrow, you know, you could see something like this because you are coming out of this very strong, relatively symmetrical pocket. Those like to push, especially when you're in that weekly pocket. So I'd be looking for a nice push on the Dow today. All right, we've got copper rallying nicely per zest. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like copper is going to hit a lot of resistance up here as well again. So now that I have a little bit of confirmation, I'd be willing to short copper up here if I get a good reversal signal. Confirmation meaning I like that they sold it at the open. I mean, obviously anything's possible, but I like that resistance level up here. Let's look. Well, the grains and all that are just chilling out. So they're not open. We'll wait on those. Gold is 14,000 contracts. It's trying to put in this reversal here a little bit. I could see gold going back up toward the highs, especially with copper trying to push back toward the highs, silver trying to push back toward the highs. So here's your silver trend playbook right here. And then here, I mean, you don't get much of a congestion pullback, but it, you know, it's trying, and then just bang, and then consolidate and bang. So it's all about the focus, guys. All right, let's bring up gold. Let's just get the lower time period ready in case we need to use it. So keep an eye on gold. Could be setting up a good long. I'll change my Tradeify DOM just in case. I mean, I'm still hanging in on these Tradeify accounts. So gold, we're in August Q. Yeah, I'm hanging in on these Tradeify accounts, but it's tough. You know, I got to get these to $15,000 in profit because my largest day is about 2,900 bucks, and it's 20% consistency rule. So, you know, it's a lot, but that's okay. And like I said, if I blow these Tradeifys, like I'm being aggressive with them because I got to shit or get out the pot. I got to get these to 15,000, you know, quickly, and I'm waiting for my setups, and then I'm going in like on Nasdaq on Friday, and then if I blow them, I'm just going to get the growth account to not have to deal with the 20% consistency rule. The growth is 35%. That makes a big difference. Yeah, you got to pass the challenge, but that's not really a big deal. Let's see. Zest, just a trade into that tail. I'm very light on my feet. Nice. Light on the feet is good. That's a good feeling. Got some Nasdaq open over here. So gold, we've still got about 5,000 contracts left. Oh my goodness, it's so nice having the nanny take care of Lily so I can focus. Can't tell you how nice that is. And she's great. She's really good with Lily. She only started yesterday, but so far so good. While we wait for some signals. So that UB reversal, it's not a bad reversal. It's not where I want it, you know? So that's why I'm going to wait. All right, guys, just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back, refill the coffee. We're waiting for signals. All right, we're getting some alerts here. Let's see what we missed. Nat gas, silver, and crude. So here's nat gas. We're waiting for gold, potential reversal. Nat gas kind of trending down. I could jump on board this trend. If you want to play the trend playbook only on natural gas, you know what to do. I'll be watching for higher time period pullbacks because nat gas looks like it could attack these lows potentially if we keep, crushing down into this pocket. Let's go ahead and look at silver. Nice little pullback there on silver. That's not really enough of a pullback for me. I'd kind of want it closer to the congestion support level if I want to try to get on board a trend here on silver. So I'll wait right there. Let's look at crude. Crude kind of hanging out, tight range, no range expansion. We're waiting on crude for a signal. Gasoline also tight, no range expansion. So right now, while we await the opening of the indices, I like this potential gold reversal setting up, depending on where this closes in about 4,000 contracts and what the lower time period is doing. I mean, it looks like this thing in Ukraine's about to really get going. They're sending their drones into Russia now. They just blew up a important bridge, underwater demolition. So, probably going to continue to put a floor under gold with all this geopolitical uncertainty. The charts certainly still look quite bullish. Like we want to at least re-attack those highs up around 3,500, which is, a good $100 plus an ounce from here. Not that we're going to get here today, but, if we're on the way up there, then, anytime one of these reversals to the upside looks good and sets up, we got to take advantage of that, right? So, yeah. How's everybody else doing while we wait? Make sure to charge my phone. Slow day so far. I mean, usually we would have more alerts at this point, but that's just the way it goes. Christian Solid, need one more cup of coffee before the bell. Yeah, I hear you. I was going to refill my coffee, but instead I went to the loo, and I'll probably have to refill it before the bell as well. I just kind of don't want to. My daughter is still here getting ready for school with our nanny, and I've got the door locked in the bedroom office where I work. And if I go out, my daughter will remember that I'm here, and then I'm almost better off just waiting to refill my coffee once she's gone to school in about 25 minutes. So you can see on the lower time period here with gold, these are going to close at the same time. We're already trending up a little bit, but we'll see where this closes. Nasdaq really just kind of sitting here. I just love this, guys. I love following all these markets. I think it's a lot of fun. For those of you who haven't followed a lot of markets before, you think it's fun? I enjoy it. Like it's really nice to be locked and loaded on all these. I suppose I probably should add some of the FX because, the way that the Australian dollar, that call we had the other day, longing, I mean, that was beautiful. There could have been some good trend pullbacks on the odd there. And even though it's not a lot of volatility in those markets typically, and the contract is small, you can still make a shit ton of money. You just increase your contract size. So I'm probably going to have to do that. If I forget, Ralph's kind of my reminder guy. Ralph, can you remind me to set up the FX at least? The euro, not really, but I would do pound, the Swissy, no. The CAD, I'd probably do the pound and the odd. Maybe the CAD and the yen. But certainly the pound and the odd at least. Thanks, Ralph. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, good morning, Supreme. Good to have you here, man. Yeah, Zest. I mean, there's good money in them for sure. Bean oil and meal from the screen. Um, I mean, here I got meal. I got oil. Is that what you mean, Zest? I got the meal, the oil, and the beans. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I understand. Gotcha. Well, I'll leave the oil and the meal, but I'll add the FX. And then, like I said, I wanted to add the softs, but somehow Sierra, I can add them, but I've got to get that data from the actual broker. So I got to look into how that works. Um, but I would like the softs. But this is good for right now. All right, so gold. I mean, I would like this core DML to shift down here and kind of reinforce this area as support. And then I would wait for a pullback into a pocket, maybe congestion support here, then try to get long with very low risk. Whereas if I'm wrong and it dumps, I'm out quickly with a small stop. If I'm right and it runs, I can hold and add. Um, First target, you know, would be up here around these extensions. That'd be about $20 an ounce. But ideally, if we were looking to break those, I would like to hold back toward the high of day. I mean, you can see there are some longs up here that might be a little trapped, but I think gold is still quite strong. Look at heating oil, no range expansion, so energy's quiet today after that big day yesterday. Back to gold, we got indices opening in about 5 minutes. You guys can always check your latency. What kind of latency do you guys have with my YouTube stream? My time is right here, so go ahead and check your clocks against my time and let me know what kind of latency you guys are experiencing. Usually it's pretty darn good, a couple of seconds, which is fantastic. So that's amazing. All right, so you guys, you can see that the core DML is still above us. It's hiding behind right there. You see, right there. So I would like that to be below us, or I won't be as interested in this. 4 seconds for Supreme. Okay. Some people usually report a couple of seconds, but that's good to know. Make sure I don't miss anything here. And the Discord doesn't look like it. Remember, we got the Jolts job opening at 10, so let's keep that in mind. It's kind of important to remember. Okay, yeah, I think 2 to 3 seconds is pretty standard. You know, usually we're getting around 2 seconds. I guess it's between 2 and 4 typically, which isn't bad. I mean, when you run a business and you incur expenses and you got to run your own servers and things like that, you realize how amazing YouTube is that we get to do all this and we don't have to pay for any of the infrastructure. I know that we're the product with our data and all that stuff, but hey, like the money's got to come from somewhere. So I'm very grateful for YouTube. I'm not nuts about their censorship and things like that, but it's a private company, so kind of in the end they can do what they want to do. It seems like the censorship is loosening up a little bit. All right, so we've got 2.5 minutes until the market's open. And we'll just keep an eye on the NQ while we wait for other setups. But gold is the one we might actually take, so don't want to miss that if it sets up. The way it's looking right now is not ideal to me, and I'm trying to take only ideal setups. Meanwhile, I've got to figure out how to put something natural on my legs that will demotivate the mosquitoes to give me 50 bites every day here in Costa Rica. I'm all open for suggestions, guys. I want the support zone more like just definable. So here on gold, you know, it's basically with that core DML above you and the congestion below you. I mean, it's not really clear if this is support or resistance. I mean, yeah, we could go like that, definitely. Or we could, you know, go like that. And I prefer to be in trades, you know, where I have a very strong conviction and I'm content to wait. Oh yeah, Supreme. That happens, man. Yeah. Okay, Lily, you can get you can get one toy very fast and then I'm working, okay? Be very quick. Okay? Be very fast and get your toy, and then you're gonna have to get ready for school. Okay? Good, I love you. Can I have a hug? You wanna say hi to everybody? Say bye-bye? Come here. Come here. You wanna go on camera? Okay, you don't. Okay, love you. Thanks, Tanya. All right. So that was Lily coming in to say hi. The door is locked, but I knew the path of least resistance was to open it and let her get her toy. Because we have a huge closet where she keeps all of her toys. Yeah, so that UV trap, but that if I'm on the beach outside, I kind of want more like an ointment for my legs. Oh, thanks, Supreme. Yeah, she's a good kid. All right, so there we got wheat. Um, definitely don't need a lower time period. We're going to get a lot of pings now. So wheat could be a short up there somewhere if we get a reversal later on wheat. We'll see. Let's look at the Dow. Nothing there. Tight range. Soybean meal. Tight range. Gold, we're waiting. Yeah, so gold's kind of. This is why I like to wait for the closes, guys. It's like, why not? Sometimes you miss some, but sometimes when your pattern totally changes, you feel very rewarded for being patient. 25 seconds, 41 points. Yeah, and that's, I would say that's probably a pretty mild open, you know? Looks like we're not flushing. Looks like we're just going to try to rip here. Maybe straight up to 21.7, up to those daily DMLs. Potentially. So we get corn. Corn got smoked yesterday with that reversal. Putting in some support. What did I call, guys, in the analysis? Was it 434 on the monthly? I think that's the low of the day right in there, almost. So there's some support down there just below these lows if we get a reversal signal later. So we get Russell. Nothing there. Go back to NQ. I'm just going to wait. I mean, you're kind of trending up. There's your pullback. So this certainly could go now, guys. Look at feeder cattle. Nice little flash there on the daily. So I would probably be betting on maybe a move back down here potentially, but I don't know. The chart's still very strong. I'm still learning how to read feeder cattle. I'll just kind of let that settle. There's not really a lot of range expansion there. Meanwhile, NQ just kind of hanging out. Pretty big wick on the 5-minute for 50 points. Let's look at hogs in the middle of the range here. But remember, what I learned yesterday is if I see something that's relatively close, I've got to pay attention to it until the close because the price can shift. I learned that on corn yesterday. There was that on corn. You guys remember, you were here. This potential long here, I would have taken, and I would have made money and got out there based on my lower time period. So woulda, coulda, shoulda, but price was here, and I just should have watched it because when it closes there, to me, that makes a difference. So you learn little things every single day. All right, there's NQ going to close here momentarily. That's our signal. I mean, I'm going to wait. Not really a big range yet. Stay patient. You guys already know I love this level down here if we get here. 21,335, which is really not that far away if you think about it. It's only right here. Right? You got yesterday's true average right there as well on the daily, so that's a very, very nice level in my mind to look for a reversal down there. If we get there, reversal long. Look at ES. You know, it's looking pretty strong here, as we talked about in the end of day analysis. I mean, the fact that ES has that flush there and then sucking up. See, that's how I like the true average, guys, with the DML right there. Right, you know, that's a nice exhaust. You can try to buy that. Because Darren was asking about that the other day. I like the true average, you know, either at or below. I'm going to use it as support, and I like to have like a core DML or an extension right there too to support the true average. Very important for me. So look at gold, see what we got there. Yeah, I mean, gold's definitely putting in a little bit of a flash here, but I'm not looking to trade that. I'm looking to trade more once the reversal gets started. So we just got alerted on gold. This will close here in about 500 contracts. I mean, certainly we're in a lot of support here, and you got this pocket. I mean, I don't know, like 33.78, depending where that closes. You always want to wait for the close. Still got about 300 contracts left. ES, I'm not doing anything. Live cattle, probably not as well, but I don't want to miss. Yeah, tight range. Let's go back to gold. I'm just curious where this closes because that is a little bit of a flash. I'm not going to take it because it's not really my trading plan right now. But with this pocket here, especially if we closed like above the true average here, that could be one of those where I like on those. There are certain trades. It's not setting up now, but there are certain trades like that, which if this gold 4,000 contract, if this sucked up on close, which I don't anticipate it will, but if it did and closed above the true average in these congestion DMLs and you've got the flash there, oftentimes that can just be like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to buy it like right there. And if it doesn't immediately start to go up, like I'm out, right? Those can be good trades. That's close. I mean, I'm not going to do it. This could go either way. I would have liked it to suck up here, but had it sucked up higher above that true average, and if the higher time period true average had been below us, I would have been more interested in potentially just taking a stab, even though that is a reversal, but I'd be kind of jumping in a little early, taking a little more risk on the timing because it hasn't confirmed yet. And the only reason for that is the weekly. There's a lot of broken resistance here that, you know, could be support, right? So this could rocket up from here on gold for sure. So that was wheat. It's going to watch this. If we start to clear these, the true average there and the true average there, it's a tempting trade, I must admit. Where are we on the daily? On the daily, yeah, we got a lot of support there, but let's see. I'll let it, I'm going to watch it. It may be something on my Tradeifys that I could just take and, you know, risk a little bit and then maybe catch a winner. It's close to following process. Showing some signs of life here. Silver's looking pretty good. Copper's looking good. Platinum is trying to rally. Interesting that they're all trying to rally. But, you know, there's been some differences between these. Right now, I'm just observing. Let's go ahead and look at, this is wheat. Nothing there. Soybean oil. Not a big range yet. ES, we got a signal, but we knew we didn't want to do anything. I could see this pocket on ES driving us back down here. But I'm not going to touch it because it's not I don't want to get involved in congestion right now. Copper is pretty much, I'd really like a reversal on copper up here potentially. Silver may be giving us a pullback in a trend, which could be interesting. But we still got a ways to close on silver. You know, gold's kind of hanging out at this support level. We do have that flash pattern. It's not bad. I would be more apt to take that if we had the true average here below us and maybe you had a core there or an extension. That's kind of why I'm not like, I like it. It looks good, but it's just not good enough, right? Did you buy gold, Supreme? I don't think it's a bad place to buy, especially with a tight stop. I mean, you'd probably lose a few $100 on a contract, and if it's right, it could explode, you know, $20 an ounce. But I'm just going to wait for a little bit more of what I like to see. So here's the Dow. So I could see the Dow being the big winner today. Little catch-up trade, especially copper. If copper keeps pushing. But right here on the Dow, I'm not messing with that. Long micro gold. Nice Supreme. Yeah, we're just really going to have to wait and see here. Definitely with this crossover. I mean, the lower we go, if we were to go down here for me, 33.60, I'd be loving that area. This area is not bad. Yeah. Got stopped. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just leaking lower. I mean, we do have the jolts coming out at 10. Let's look at the hogs. Not a whole lot that I see on the hogs I want to do. Head back to NQ, just kind of chilling like a villain. Like a looter in a riot, don't try it. What song is that from? Is that some rap song from the 90s when I was a kid? Like a looter in a riot, don't try it. You guys know what I mean. I can't remember who that was though. Darren would know if he was here, but he's probably catching up on some sleep. I hope you are, Darren. You know who that Ralph. So who, yeah, who was that? Oh gosh. Fun. We got the nostalgia going from the 90s kids. Those of us born around 80 or lower, like we were the last generation where internet didn't take over our lives. Like we had like AOL when we were like 12 years old or something. It was like, doo, doo, doo. All right, let's look at feeder cattle. Wow, impressive. Don't see anything I want to do. Back to NQ while we wait for our setups. Yeah, AJ knows. Let's see, I got something going on in Discord. Jacob, nice. Cool, bro. All your stuff's already still good to go if you're here. Let me just see one thing. Yep. You're all good, Jake. I got the confirmation. I don't know if you're here, but cool. Awesome, man. So let's see. What did we get an alert for? We got an alert for Nat Gas. Bang. And then the Russ. So Nat Gas, I'm looking more to short. So trending down nicely. If we got a pop on a pullback, wouldn't mind getting short some gas, but this is not really enough for me here. Of course, I don't want to miss anything. Nat gas can move a lot, so I got to keep an eye on this because we only have 200 contracts left. But if Nat gas, went like that, I would want to short it for like that, and I don't want to miss it. So not going to write it off too quickly. Russell, don't want. Cattle should be pushing with feeder cattle, and it is. Nice. Let's go back and look at Nat Gas. The Widowmaker. See if we would get a pullback. We still have 200 contracts to trade on Nat Gas. See what the lower time period is doing. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to kind of rally. This could be one of these, hey, we're trending down. But I'm waiting. Let's look at soybeans. I'm coming out of a nice daily pocket here. So if soybean starts to trend, I could look for a pullback to get long on soybeans. But we're not really trending enough yet for my liking. But we'll keep an eye on it. So we're starting to get the lay of the land here, guys, in terms of what we want. Copper, maybe a nice reversal up high. Gold, maybe a nice reversal down low. Silver could potentially be setting up a trend pullback on this close. Keep an eye on it. Get back to natural gas. Make sure we don't miss anything there. See, it is kind of trying to push here these last 100 contracts. Because if we punched up into the pocket here on nat gas, I mean, I could take a little short. Let's see. I'm going to bring up nat gas on my DOM. Tradeify, just so I don't miss anything. Meanwhile, we've got an alert on corn, which we can check while we're waiting for natural gas. Corn, not enough range expansion. Bonds, I'm interested in bonds, but higher up. You see why I didn't take that reversal. It's not at a good spot on the daily or the weekly for VolPro Edge. Let's go back to natural gas. So we've got, there's the close. Okay, that's not a short pattern for me. It might go down, but it's not enough. If anything, you got a potential long reversal that could send us back up in here. So I'm going to leave natural gas alone for a moment. We'll go back to NQ while we wait for alerts. It's 9:45 a.m. We got jolts coming out in 15 minutes. The job openings. I don't know why they call it jolts. It's probably, is it an acronym? What's up, Jacob? I'm bullish NQ, Jacob. So I want to look for a reversal long out of support because of what the daily and the weekly are telling me. I think we want to push back up toward 21,700. I know we've got that weekly congestion DML resistance there, but the monthly true average is still pushing. So I'm more apt to like a reversal, especially you can see here, Jacob, we're coming out of these lows. Lots of buying, lots of buying, strong daily congestion support. That's why I really encourage you guys to pay attention to the multiple time period analysis and the types of trading. I know it feels basic, but it's going to keep you on the right side a lot. If we're in congestion and the congestion support level is strong, we should be headed back to where? Envelope top. So that's why I'm not really interested in shorting Nasdaq right now. Does that make sense, Jacob? So we got an order on wheat and meal. Let's look at wheat. Kind of reversing out there. I like the resistance up there. Wheat could collapse back down. This is not really enough of a range expansion for me. Meal is doing nothing. We'll go back to NQ. So I hope that makes sense, Jacob. I'm bullish NQ, like I said, in the end of day analysis. And so far, Asia and London are telling me that that bias is correct for now. So that's okay. Are you at the actual static envelope top on TradingView? I'll look. If you are, that would be interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, you're right. Well, look on see on TradingView, this is the way you use TradingView. Yeah, the calculations are different for sure, but they're still accurate. I don't know why it's not loading the weekly. Oh, there we go. So look on TradingView, Jacob, you would just look at this and go, hey, you know, same thing. We're coming out of this support on the congestion. We're cycling, right? We're back up to the envelope top. You're right. We haven't hit it on Sierra. But now that you're through the envelope top and you're through that congestion DML, you know, I'd be looking at that core DML is where we want to go. That core DML is probably lining up with our envelope top on Sierra. So either way you look at it, it's bullish. But I see what you mean. I would encourage all of you to, you know, eventually when you can get Sierra charts, because I think Sierra, you know, the Denali data feed, the reason the levels are different is because the feeds are different. And I can tell you that, you know, TradingView works fine. We got a lot of people making money, doing very well. So it's just being consistent. You got to use TradingView or you got to use Sierra charts. You know, I think mixing and matching, there's probably something there, but it's too complicated. I wouldn't do that. But TradingView is more of a retail platform. Sierra is more of a professional platform. So, but I with that said, I like having VolPro Edge open on every platform. We're soon developing Ninja, which is a lot closer to Sierra. Ninja's got better data. So gold, yeah, maybe get a reversal down there, Ralph, on gold. Just catching up with you guys here. David. Yeah, Sierra seems to be good right now. Good job, AJ, with the pronunciation. Yeah, if you have your settings correct with Sierra, should be pretty darn good. We're still going to make it better. Yeah, it definitely is. Denali's pretty sweet. So here's Nasdaq kind of messing around. We got an alert for feeder cattle and live cattle. So guys, what I'm going to do, if there's any issues like related to charting or whatever during the stream, I mean, if it's really dead, I'll kind of go into that kind of stuff. But otherwise, I'm just going to focus on the trading because I really don't want to miss anything. Here's silver like that. That's a nice pullback right there on silver. And I want to just be aware of what's going on here with silver. Let's just take a peek. I'm watching. You're trending. That is the pullback. You've got some support here on this lower time period here. Nice little close there, but not really super nuts about running into that extension. So I'm just going to watch this for a second. But if there's going to be some support on silver on this higher time period pullback, then we could see, you know, some support down here. It'll help us to know what gold is kind of flushing a little lower. Copper is still pushing. Platinum's flushing. I would kind of put silver more in the copper camp because of the industrial applications. So with copper back up near the highs, I'm looking for a reversal up there on copper. So it could be that copper could catch down to silver if silver keeps heading lower, or silver could catch up to copper. It's kind of like a Dow Nasdaq relationship. But let's just watch silver here because this is where there could be support, potentially trending up, pullback pocket. I mean, let's see if the lower time period here confirms. Right now, it's not confirming. This is kind of your line in the sand on silver. Yeah, me too, Zest. This is a potentially decent area, but right here, it's got to hold for me to like it. I would like to see a hold, see the lower time period enter congestion up, and then I'd be more willing to buy silver, try and hold and add. But if it flushes these lows, I'm not going to take it here. Let's see. You still have your settings the same, David? Okay, look, silver's getting a little bought up there. We can talk about that after the stream, Ralph and David. We'll see how much is. There you go. There's some buying coming in. So let's see if this enters congestion up. I mean, it's a 720 chart. News in 7, right? Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that. I always forget. Yeah, Jacob, let me talk about that in a second. Just while I'm stocking a trade. And David, you have all your charts, like the back testing indicators are closed. You're not going too far back, all that kind of stuff. Because yesterday it was working, great. So I can't see what the difference would be for today with the lag, but we'll keep tweaking it and we'll keep getting it, and eventually we'll get it nailed to perfection. So right now we're waiting. We haven't gotten any more alerts, so we'll just keep an eye on silver here. Okay, Ralph. Well, David didn't, which is interesting. So we'll figure that out. Okay, thanks, Ralph. Appreciate that. Let's look at hogs. Nice little congestion pocket there, but not really what I want to trade right now. Silver's kind of banging against this level. Soybean oil, no. So silver's going to close here in about 100 contracts on this lower time period. And if we enter congestion up, I probably have to take a stab at it, but I'll let you know. I'll see where the DMLs are and how it looks. Good night, Louie. Sleep well, man. See you tomorrow. Guys, if you're just joining or hanging out, please give a like. YouTube will push more people that join VolPro Edge. The more resources we'll have, the more servers we can buy, the cooler and faster and all that it'll be. All right, we've got 720 to 620. So we still got about 70 contracts left. Are you out of here, Christian? See you, man. Thanks for stopping by. We just got an alert for gasoline, tight range, no thanks. Let's look at silver's kind of where something could happen here. So I want to keep an eye on the prize potentially. Crude and heating oil, I'll wait for now. Oh, you're waving to Gluey. Okay, cool. I got a little sad, Christian, when I thought you were leaving. I'm glad you're staying. All right. Yeah. Goodbye, Gluey. Sleep well, man. We got jolts in 4 minutes. 3 minutes, actually, pretty soon. Silver's going to close here in about, and then Jacob, I'll get to your thing when I'm done stalking. I'm stalking. KLR, I don't know if you're here, if you're able to comment or not. I can't remember if that got fixed on YouTube. John G, I haven't heard from John. I think he bailed potentially. I hope he didn't. I like John G. But I understand not everybody's going to be able to make a living, but I hope all of you who stick with this will. That's my hope. So silver's going to close here in 2 contracts. Boom, there's the close. Still trending. So you guys see how I use, this is exactly what I talk about like I practice what I preach, you know, and I try to execute it as cleanly as I can, right? I'm not perfect, I'm far from it, but I at least try to stay objective and use. So right now the lower time period is trending down. It's not confirming this pocket support buy for me on silver. Now anything can happen, you know, silver could just rip. I mean, sure, but I don't have confirmation, so I can't do anything with that, right? I'll still stock because there's still more bars, you know, but generally speaking, I kind of would want to see the buying come in quickly and enter congestion up on that first bar, and we didn't. So I'll still watch it, and if we enter congestion up, I'll consider it because this may want to continue on its merry way. Let's look at crude. It's not really enough of a range expansion here. Heating oil is the same. The energies are tight right now. Let's look at wheat. Yeah, rolling over. I like that resistance level. I talked about that in the end of day analysis. I pointed out because you had the true average and the core DML in yellow and the extension all stacked. Boom, 544. So that could have been one of those good to just set an order and dare it to get filled, but I'm not really feeling that, but it's nice to see it. Let's go back and look at silver. Waiting. Let's look at Nasdaq. Still pretty tight, but pushing kind of like we thought. Let's see. So we got jolts here. That's going to move Nasdaq in 30 seconds. So let's go ahead and watch that. And then I'll get to yours, Jacob. I just got to focus here. Focus with the jolts. We got about 20 seconds now, 20 seconds. I'm hoping the jolts can knock us back down to 21,334. There's the jolts. Silver's jolting around as well. Getting some alerts coming in here. So yeah, silver just didn't confirm. We've got some feeder cattle and some live cattle. Feeder. There's live. So silver, look at that flush. Flush City. Let's look at gold. Flush City. Nice. Look, the lower gold goes, the more I like it. So I'm happy about that. What's Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's kind of pushing a little bit. Not crazy, but a little bit. ES still sitting here doing nothing. Nasdaq trying to rally the troops to the upside. Dow, if we took out the lows and gave a good reversal signal down here later, I would love the Dow based on daily, weekly patterns. So I think there's definitely, I can smell it. There's going to be some trades today. Just got to wait for them to set up. Sometimes they set up at 8 a.m. Believe me, guys, I'm those days where I get a nice big win early and I can just go surf. I mean, I'm aching for that, but we got to stay here and watch and wait patiently as these set up. So let's look at corn. I'm going to let corn develop a little bit more. Let's go back to silver. You know, silver, if we we'll have to keep an eye on silver. I mean, let's just see what happens. But gold, I really like down here into this live pocket if the reversal sets up down there. We just got an alert on the Russell. Russell's just doing nothing. I love what sometimes like I'll get a message from a friend. They're like, "Did you see that the Nasdaq's like moving?" I'm like, I mean, I guess it's all fractal, right? Like people that are looking for short moves, if the Nasdaq moves 20 points, they feel like it's moving. I don't feel like it's moving unless it's like, moving 100 points, 200 points. Those are the kind of moves I'm looking for. ES trying to push, Nasdaq, Dow, gold dumping. So silver, it's copper. So copper could be, I like this level, just like in wheat, I really, on the wheat chart, right? Look at the patterns here, guys. This is why you can apply these to different markets. See copper here, and you see this resistance here. You got true average above you. That's resistance. Well, if we look at wheat, this is the reason I liked it in the end of day analysis. That's that resistance right there, right? It tags it and goes lower. I'm kind of looking for something like that on copper. So right now we're at the start of that resistance level at the true average. You can see it's already having some effect on price, but really that level is here. So if we got a reversal here, this is, down, up, could consider taking it back down to the lows if it confirms up there. I mean, I'd like it a little higher up. I'd love it to get up to that extension right there at 4.9, which on the intraday chart would be right there. That would be a phenomenal place to look for a short and ride it and hold it and pyramid it back down. So job openings, okay. Thank you, Ralph. So Jacob, let's go ahead and look. Are you talking about flash into resistance or into support, Jacob? Resistance flash. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be looking for a short here. Just I would really just match up the patterns with the direction of the higher time period. I don't know if that's what you mean. So we got an alert on platinum. We know the Russell we don't want. Platinum's down here hanging out. So yeah, I mean, on the trend system, Jacob, here on the Nasdaq, and remember, if you're going to run that system, you can run it on all these markets over here. You don't have to be glued to the Nasdaq, but I mean, certainly right here, right? 1, 2, 3. Higher highs, higher lows. 4, higher. So at some point during this, I'm sure, here you're getting congestion support, longing. Here you're getting congestion support. So, that there's some good moves there. But I'm just not trading that particular system right now for the reasons I outlined. But if you're going to trade that system, those were some good setups right there. Right? You see what I mean on that Nasdaq hourly with the 15, like The daily, I said in the end of day analysis, I'm bullish. Okay, the hourly is trending up. It's a nice looking trend run. Like, it looks clean, sustainable. We haven't done too much of the daily range, and the 15-minute pulled back to the congestion support level twice and gave good moves. So those are pretty good examples, I'd say. But it's going to take time, Jacob. You're going to have to take a lot of these trades and do what you think is best, but then screenshot, take notes, and learn from, the decisions that you're making. Pull back in an hourly area like you're doing. I mean, no, I think when the market is trending up like that on the hourly and you've got a clean trend run and it's matching the rest of your checklist, I don't think you on that particular trading plan, I don't think you have to wait for it to pull back, to the middle of the hourly envelope. I mean, the 15-minute congestion level will tell you where it's pulling back to. So, that's how I would look at it. Thanks, Ralph. I'll check. I don't know why I didn't get a ping on gold. Maybe I did. Maybe I missed it. Probably missed it. Yeah, thanks, Ralph. I missed it. So does that make sense, Jacob? So I got to focus a little bit here. Live cattle sitting there. Corn, I don't want. Russell again, just kind of doing its thing. I'm waiting to get long lower. Platinum, I know I don't want that. ES, I know I don't want. Nasdaq's not doing much. Gold, I'm going to wait for a potential reversal. Nasdaq's not really doing much. So gold, I mean, that's a nice flash down there for sure. Into that extension, definitely. You're at a lot of support here. Question is, are we going to head even further? I mean, this is kind of, I'm going to watch gold here. So I mean, that's not a bad little spot right there for gold. I really would have preferred for right now. I'm just going to hold off a little bit, although it's pretty tempting. I got to be honest. I would have liked this to close above that extension on that lower time period. It did close above right there. So I'll keep an eye on it. I mean, generally speaking, I'm looking for that reversal signal on the higher time period to kind of get back up first, but that's a pretty nice flash on gold. You're right at the VolPro reaction support level, low a day, the extension held. The lower time period is trying to enter congestion up here. Had this closed above the extension here, and it still might rip to the upside and I miss it, but had it closed above that extension, I probably would have just got in on gold and maybe it'll just go anyways here. We'll just have to see. Keep an eye on it. So look at silver. It's kind of a weird pullback there in silver. I'd rather stick with gold. Potentially. Yeah, there goes gold a little bit. So now you have a little more confirmation on gold. I'd be waiting to see if we enter congestion and then pull back down here. Nasdaq still looks bullish to me. So today gold is dropping while Nasdaq is trying to push. So we'll see if this lower time period on gold kind of tries to congest down here. Let's look at the Dow. Nothing there. Go back to my original smoke down 15 minutes and so on. So Jacob, are you talking about you just got smoked out of the 15-minute, or what are you talking about? I'll try to answer your question. Ralph Yeah, it's not a bad spot for a gold long by any stretch. It's just I'm trying to be extra careful on these trades since I'm kind of going outside. My process is more I want the higher time period reversal first, but this looks like a good flash. Had that closed above that, I would have taken a stab at it for sure. And I might be being too picky, but that's okay. Soybean oil, nope. Gold, gold just waiting here. Let's look at ultra bonds. Chopping around. Jacob, you already answered it. It was part. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad I got that for hourly, like 15-minute pullback. I see. Okay, nice, man. Good. Sorry, I'm itching my mosquito bites, guys. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, no, thanks, Ralph. That was good. If I miss stuff, tell me, please, because I've got a lot going on here. Trying to teach a little and look for things, but it's all good. I'm getting better. So indices trying to push, but not doing a whole lot. You know, Nasdaq looks like it's pushing, but not, not anything crazy to write home about just yet. Dow could play the catch-up trade here on the Nasdaq. I'm not going to take it because it's not my thing here. But if Nasdaq keeps pushing, you got a nice little pocket. But you're in the middle of the congestion zone. I don't want to touch that. Yeah, it's a good system for sure, especially following all the different markets. I mean, at some point I'll do that on stream for you guys. I'm just working on. I like to work on different aspects of my playbook. And right now, I really want to work on the reversal aspect because that's just what I'm doing. And then I'm jumping on the trends, the way I, but that playbook I set up for you guys, if you just follow with TradingView or whatever, and you scan through the markets and use that checklist and look for those trends, it's a good playbook. Definitely. So there's that pocket on the Dow. Gold just kind of hanging out for now. Soybean meal, copper. So I'm just looking for these really clear reversals and trends. Soybean meal, no thanks. Copper. I'm stalking a reversal up here, but want to see it confirm. Would not be surprised to see gold push here. Just gotta wait a little bit. Yeah, Jacob, for me, the only reason it's better for you, you're focusing on that system. So waiting for that 15 pullback is smart. For me, I'm following way too many markets looking for different things. So that's why I'm waiting for the higher. I'm using volume charts. So I'm getting pinged left and right. That's why I'm waiting for the higher time period because I don't have time. I can't be like, oh, hey, gold is trending to the downside right now. Let me just wait and sell. I'm running a different playbook. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm not doing it. But that doesn't make it wrong. Like my way is not wrong and your way is not wrong. They're both right in their own, from their own perspectives. So yeah, exactly. Good, man. So, but it's good. I think, look, the reason I suggested that trend playbook for you guys, you can make money, but you got to follow it and you got to follow it every day. And don't let me distract you. Use the end of day analysis. That'll help you with your notes going into the day. Like, hey, Andy said he expected bullishness on Nasdaq. Oh, hey, there's a trend on the okay. Oh, there's a congestion support on 15. I'm buying, right? So, and then you screenshot the trades you took. You start making a journal, the notes, and also chart your emotions as well. Hey, when I took this trade, I almost shit my pants because of this and this and this. Oh, when I took this trade, it felt really relaxed because I felt like I was following process. I did my Zazen practice this morning. That's really important stuff to keep track of. Because I feel it too. I monitor my emotions every day. I feel, hey, am I coming into the day with any fear? Am I coming into the day feeling loose and good? And when I was trading live before in front of you guys, I would come into the day with like anxiety because I wanted to only get wins, and that's dumb, right? But now I settled in it. I don't. It doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm following the process, and you know the chips are going to land where they land. So now I come into the day just being me, and that's a lot better. There's NQ. There's gold. I'm going to close here. So there's a lot of support here now on gold. You know, it's entered congestion officially now, you know, probably confirming this flash. So the decision to make is if I want to try to jump on board a trend reversal here on the lower time period, or dare it to come back down into congestion. Let's see, this is gonna close here in a couple hundred contracts. Meanwhile, we got hogs and soybeans not doing much. Let's watch gold. So I'm probably just gonna wait on gold. I could see this definitely just reversing to the upside, but it's just not like I'm waiting for more. It's not my exact playbook right now, so I'm trying to be careful. I will step outside my playbook, like on bonds. I gave that example the other day. Really beautiful congestion. Sure, there was no doubt about that. I like this trade a lot. I don't know. We'll see. Usually when I'm on the fence about something, there's a reason, and I've learned that it's better to just leave it alone. It doesn't mean I don't miss a lot, but also it can be a sign that like the move's not ready to happen. So sometimes I notice waiting for 15 and you get a candle that fires other side. It can be a sign we may plow through the other way, close on the other side. I'd have to see a visual of that, Jacob. But I'm sure if you're noticing it, it's valid, you know? Good morning, Adam. Good to see you, man. So I'm just going to leave. I mean, if gold wants to get back down to the lower days and then give me a good pocket down here, I'd be way more interested because my risk would be more defined. I think that's why I'm hesitating here, is because really, if I get long here, I'd have to stop it down here, which I don't want to take that kind of risk. And if it just rips, well, it just rips. Whereas if this rolls over and gives you some kind of a pocket with some good DMLs, you know, your risk is very defined. But there's a lot of crossover support. I mean, right here, I like that. I mean, that's nice. Right in there. So you could take a shot at along here with a stop just below it. I'm just pointing that out for you guys. So we got gasoline, not much. Choppy heating oil, choppy wheat. NQ is very grindy. Yeah, I mean, in a strong trend run like that, I mean, I'd have to see what it looks like, but yeah, I would just enter on congestion like that. For sure. But again, each situation is like depends what you're seeing. So there goes gold. Let's just see if this pulls back into a little pocket, it's something that I could take a stab at. This could definitely go and I miss it, but that's okay. For those of you who are, you know, liking this gold trade and you can sit and focus on it, you know, by all means, have at it. So you can see the fractal, like these small differences, you know, here I would want that to close above that extension, and it just didn't, right? It's kind of like that Nasdaq squeeze trade there. You see how it closed above even that high, then you don't have its own extension pushing against you, which is nice. Let's look at nat gas. So this could be a pullback for a short on nat gas potentially, because you are trending down. So I might take this. Might take some Widowmaker here. Watch. Gold will go up and I'm not in that. Then I short nat gas and it goes up and I lose. That happens, guys. You just got to deal with it. But this is at least on nat gas. I mean, you're in a resistance zone. The daily is trending down. There's the daily extension. So obviously I'd kind of want to be below that. But remember, nat gas is, so I'd want to be below this and then, target down in here somewhere. Because that's trending down, and then that is a little bit of a higher time period pullback. Crude is probably not, yeah, well, crude's pushing up through its, but nat gas and crude, they're not that correlated really. Let's keep an eye on nat gas here. I mean, it is a congestion entrance bar, but there's some weekly resistance here and daily resistance. So let's just keep an eye on it. Russell pushing. Nasdaq just kind of sitting here. Gold, just kind of waiting with gold. I like it. There he goes. Okay, so silver just had to flush and then keep going. So probably gold is going to be looking good if we can get a pullback. I'd be willing to buy a pullback in the trend on the lower time period. Here's nat gas. Got that little fruit fly that keeps, it's been bothering. Don't these things die after like 5 days? This one has just been here for a while. Keep an eye on gold here. So nat gas, I would want, this would really have to close below that if that's resistance. So that close right there, I mean, nat gas may drop, but I don't like that to short, so I'm not going to, because I don't want to short into potential support, right? So now whatever nat gas does, I don't really care. Corn, chop. Let's get back to gold. Silver pushing. So gold is probably going to just be pushing here. So I am stalking along here because this is kind of confirmed now for support. Sometimes gold just won't look back. It'll just go. But like this, sometimes if it starts to break out like that and you get a little pullback. So at this stage, I could be looking for this lower time period to pull back, anywhere down here. I like it. I would take a shot because we have confirmation now. Silver's heading up. I might be too late, right? It might be too much confirmation. And in my playbook plays, I don't need to wait that much. Nice, Adam. Yeah, there were some good pullbacks in that trend. We were talking about that earlier, Jacob and I. Yeah. So could be low a day there on gold, definitely. Gold's kind of one of those markets when I'm in it and I don't want it to come back, it does. And then when I'm not in and I want it to come back, it doesn't. Cattle, nice little trend. So here you can see this is the 1000 contract. It just doesn't look like the 4000's coming back. So like right there, you see how the 1000, there's the congestion support level. So these congestion support levels on the 1000 should continue to be strong. If we get a pullback into the 1000 congestion support level down in here, I'd be willing to take a shot. We'll just watch it while we wait for other things. So I think gold could be headed back up to, you know, 90, 92. So if we can get a low risk entry around 65, 66, 67, maybe like a $300 stop, and then have a nice potential run and pyramid, it's worth it. So that's why I brought up the 1000 chart. Typically, I will never do that, but this just looks pretty darn good. And I don't think that pullback is coming on the 4000. And we're just still waiting for other setups as well. Man, Nasdaq just grindy. We're just not seeing like, those moves the last couple days. Like it's moving, but it's not like explosive. Nice, Christian. All right, guys, I'm going to refill my coffee a little. I'll just be one sec. All right, got the coffee refill. Nasdaq kind of grinding chop. It's like a little bit of a pullback, but I need more like congestion support here. And I know down on the 4,000, it's down around here somewhere. So let's just see, or at least with the energy confirmed now. So I like this potential long here on gold if we just get a little bit of a temporary flush. Nice, Supreme. I hope it gets to your target because that's where I'm looking to get long. I think this is pretty strong coming out of this flash. But I wish you the best of luck, my man, as always. I'm hoping it goes down there because I would love to get long. All right, did I miss anything? Not really. We got some grains going on. Corn. Nope. Feeder cattle. Nope. Live cattle. Waiting. Oil. Waiting. Gold. Gold waiting. Let's see. Silver. Hanging out. Copper. Okay, this might be the reversal I'm looking for on copper. If we get a setup, I'll let you know. Nice, Ralph. I like that. Oh, cool, John. I miss John G. Okay, John, I don't know if we resolved, if you're here, if we resolved your YouTube commenting abilities. I think we did, right? And maybe it was KLR that still need to work. We got to fix that. I'm not sure. A lot of people have been traveling, actually. Interesting. All right, so gold, let's see here. I'm still digging this. If I get a chance to long down here somewhere, I'm gonna have to. I'm stepping outside my process a little bit. It just, there's the beautiful flash there. You know, down here would be great. You know, 64 would be even better. But let's just see. This is a 1,000 volume. We got coffee. Oh, look, got picked up. See? $10.35. There goes gold. I guess I should have been more aggressive in hindsight, but hindsight's tough. Sorry to hear that, Supreme. Yeah, I think gold's looking pretty strong from this flash level. I mean, there's a lot of support here. I think that was the dump, and now we're coming back inside. That's why I'm trying to get long, but you never know. Your short could have worked. We just know that's the beauty about trading, right? We all can take different. I mean, that's just, a guy can be long and somebody can be short, and you guys can both make money, right? Depending on the time horizon of the trader, which is interesting. Thanks, Supreme. Appreciate that, man. I'm waiting, but I think I was just a little too cautious down here. But again, I'm not going to beat myself up because the reason I was like, eh, is because, okay, it's not really my process. How would I feel if I took a loss and I stepped out of my process a little bit? That's why. Now, if it's my process and I take the trade and I like everything I see, no problem. Nasdaq doing absolutely nothing. Just incredible. Silver, copper, gold, pocket, bullish, probably going to be one of these that just does not look back because you got that flush there. But that's my, if you want to call it a weakness, I'm not like, okay, I'll get in here and just, I know in a strong trend, you know, you definitely can just get in at the middle of the envelope and just, maybe I should do that. But it's hard for me when I know I should be in from here. It's really hard to get in here, even though I'm pretty sure we're going here, but I'm still just like, that's how I am. No, the higher time period was beautiful, Ralph. That was perfect. Just perfect. It was the lower time period, the 4,000, that I was maybe just a little bit too much of a stickler for that 4,000 here. Right there. It just, I wanted that extension to not be above us. That looked good. That looked good. I might have just been a little too picky there. It happens. But this is a nice move. I mean, I'll go back to the 4,000 now. It'd be nice to get a pullback here, but probably not likely, but we'll see. You never know. ES trying to push, Nasdaq trying to push, but just, wow. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's been quiet. NQ has just been not typical. Could be rollover. I'm not really sure, but no, it was a flash, Jacob. It was this. Exhaust. And the extension held right at low a day. Core DML, all that is perfect. You're at the VolPro reaction support. That's a crossover on the daily right there. I mean, there's a lot of support there. So that flash is nice. I should have bought it. Yeah, there's a lot of support right there. And then that flash right there is really nice. And then I probably should have just bought when this entered congestion up. That was still a good, because then I had confirmation like, okay, we entered congestion. I'm not gonna let it get me down. It is what it is. Silver's pushing. I don't think gold's coming back here. Corn. Yeah, and sometimes it'll extend. So it's just something you got to get used to. But yeah, the perfect flash is like it's 3 sections. So you can go back and look at, but really just, that's what I call kind of an extended flash. You'll see them when you start getting more used to them, Jacob, but they're a really good flash is when you have like an exhaust for a reversal the other direction. And when I use exhaust, I mean something like this where they're flushing the stops and then it's going to reverse back the other way. All right. So I'm just kind of waiting to see if gold gives us something, but it probably won't. Those of you who are scalping gold, scalp it from the long side. Not financial advice, obviously, but we're probably going back up here. It still would have been an exhaust, Jacob. It just wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have been as likely to want to buy it if it broke the extension because that extension, if that exhaust is valid, that extension should hold on close like it did there. And then the fact that you have these right here, that's further supporting that area. And you got a daily VolPro reaction support level right here and the middle of the envelope. So you've got a nice daily support zone from here to here. I mean, that's nice. So we're probably headed back to at least the true average up here on the daily, which is 84, 85, probably even a bit more. But see, this move could just keep going. So just like here, you see how as this was dropping, right here, well, if you stayed patient, you got to pull back to the congestion resistance. You can jump on board right there, jump on board right there, jump on board. So I'm looking for that right now on this up move. I'm just looking for, I'm trying to stay patient, looking for a move back down to the congestion support area here. In this case, I'm going to do that, Jacob, because there's nothing else happening, and I really like this pattern on gold. So that's why I'm going down to this lower time period, which you'd call the 15-minute. Yeah, definitely, Adam. Except we had a chance to get on this one down here. I kind of, flubbed it a bit. That could have been my surfing trade. All right, heating oil. Nope. Back to gold. Yeah, I want to see some range. So on gold, you can already see we've had a pretty good range. So it's not a bad place to take the reversal. Yeah, I'm always thinking about that, Jacob. It's important. Cattle. Pushing. So yeah, this is just the way gold is, man. I mean, I should say this is the way trading is, you know? This is the things you got to roll with, guys. You'll miss trades. You can't let it piss you off. You just got to keep going. And like, look, we can't get a pullback to save our lives on the 1000, right? Like, that's just, and I guarantee you, the moment you go in here, it's gonna pull back. It's Murphy's law, right? So I just have no choice but to wait for what I want on the 4000 at this point, because I want the 4000 congestion support level down here, which I'm probably not going to get, and that's okay. I would like to get it. Russell's pushing. I mean, Nasdaq, painful range, 140 points. I mean, look at your 5-minute candlestick chart for the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50. For the last hour on Nasdaq, just Yeah, good job, Adam. I mean, don't get me wrong. My emotions that come up right now with regard to gold, of course, it's like the emotions are there. Like, oh, you fucking idiot. You should have got in when you wanted to. Like, that's there. But I'm just like, hey, the reason I didn't is because it was outside my playbook and I was just debating a little bit too long if I should take it. And well, that happens. And then the worst thing you can allow is for that little monkey mind to start throwing punches at you, because when it does that, you'll feel like shit. And then when you feel like shit and you buy into that narrative, you're going to start revenge trading, over trading, and it's just going to get ugly, right? Well, Supreme, I hope it works for you, man. I would love to buy I would love to buy it down there. Everybody, let's root for Supreme. He's short, and I want to get long down where his target is. We all do. So That would be awesome. Let's look at ES. Come on. I mean, painful. Probably just going to keep pushing. But just like, there's just, the volatility is dead. Practice my pitching in the camera. All right, gold. What are you doing, gold? Grinding, grinding, grinding. Well, now we got our trend playbook on the 4,000. Right there, everything's stacked. So I could be willing to get long into like that level, 68. A little above 68, actually. But I have to see where this comes back to. How's silver doing? Silver looks fantastic. I love you, silver. Gold. Sorry, copper. Copper, copper, copper. Waiting for a reversal potential. Gold. Hoping Supreme gets his target hit and I get long. Come on, gold. Flush to Supreme's target and get me long, baby. Jesus loves pecan. He also loves gold. I don't want to have my, I'll forget my coffee cup is next to my other laptop and I'll go like that and just be like, oh, there goes 1,500 bucks. I'm gonna have to download the Sierra charts on my new laptop as well. And then I'll test the latency over there, guys, because that laptop's got 40 gigs of RAM. I'm gonna see if that makes a difference. Probably doesn't, but still. And this is what, like, when I'm very focused on gold right now, I got to make sure that I don't miss a setup on another market, right? Because I still like gold a lot, like Dumb and Dumber. I like it a lot. Well, that was Dumb and Dumber, right? When he's like, I like it a lot. What was he talking about? I can't remember. The movie buffs. All right, come on, gold. I got to go unplug the VolPro Edge mobile at some point. I forgot to unplug it again last night. But any of you guys have electric cars? Apparently, it just shuts it off, and then I don't have to worry about it. Like it's not even charging because that battery has to switch off. So it's 10:50. There's an order on crude, which, you know, so we're pulling back to the middle of the envelope here. I mean, this might be all we get. I might have to just take a shot and then maybe even get screwed, but that level there into that extension at like, the good news about that is like I'd literally buy it at 68 and stop it at like, you know, like 66. So it's like a $200 loss if I lose it on a contract, which is totally acceptable to try to go from 68 to 88. So that would be like a 10 to 1. And if I lost the 200, I'd say, hey, I gave it the shot. I lived the dream. Let's see. So 68. Did I say 68? I think I did. Yeah, pretty much 67.9. I'm going to put an order at 67.9 with a stop. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button. Anyways, closed it. So, fucking TradingView, man. I hate TradingView. 67.9 is where I'm going to try and get in. And a stop at 65.9. There we go. That's the correct button. At least I only lost $26 on that mistake. So far, TradingView's cost me at least a couple thousand in profit. I'm not a victim. It's not TradingView's fault, even though TradingView sucks. So guys, I'm working an order at 67.9. Just trying to participate on this trend run with a $200 stop on gold, you know, see where this closes. I like that emoji, Christian. That's perfect. That describes my feelings about Tradevate perfectly. It's not a terrible platform. I just can't have respect for a platform that can't do bracket orders for copy trading. And you know, it's not the 1800s of trading. All right. Crude. I don't want to miss anything. I don't think I am. Gold. This is just trending up. I'm just looking, you know, all that stacked there. That's why I'm trying to get long there. And if it breaks all that and goes down here, you know, I don't want it to break that. And, you know, you got to be prepared. It could fill us, take our stop out, and then go higher. And then that's going to tug and pull at your emotions. It's trading. Like, I've got my edge, I've got my probabilities, but do I really know what the exact market wants to do tick by tick? No. And you have to accept that. And the sooner you accept that, you know, the quicker your trading will improve. Yeah, 369 is important. My order's at 67.9. So we got wheat, soybeans. I'm just not commenting unless I see something I like. That's why I'm like, nope, nope. And I just go back because I don't have time. Silver, copper. So there's the close on copper. Did I get an alert on that? I don't recall getting an alert on that. Yes, I did. Okay. So, that's not really not quite what I want to see there on copper. So there's gold. So I'm looking to get long right into that level with a stop, you know, just down there. But, you know, who knows? Ralph, please don't let me forget to cancel my orders on gold if I don't get filled. Nasdaq trying to push, but just you know, I don't know. It's just like slow, grindy on the Nasdaq. Slow day, you can see just no alerts. It's just one of those start to the week, yesterday, today. Can't fault this opportunity on gold. That was good. But other than that, I'm just not seeing a whole heck of a lot right now. But the day is yet young. Coming into 11 o'clock liquidity. We've got the Fed speakers coming out this afternoon. They're going to tell us how wonderful everything is. The market will like that. Soybeans. Gasoline. Gold. Nasdaq. Back to gold. Come on, gold. Pull back. See, I guess we're running into some resistance there because of that extension right there. You can barely see it, but it is there. You see? So you've got where I'm trying to get long down in there. Could be a good spot. I'm willing to chance it. It's kind of one of those where if that's a good spot to get long and we get filled, you'll see a lot more buying come in, and it should, like, you know, get bought up quickly. And then, you know, if it doesn't, you're just not right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Isn't that annoying, Ralph? That's what I can't stand about TradingView. Meanwhile, the Nasdaq is just painfully, slowly grinding higher. Dow. What's the Dow doing? There's that pocket. Beautiful. I think the Dow's going to push up to the daily extension today. I have a feeling up here. ES pushing and Q. There comes gold. Let's see. Let's see if this proves to be all she wrote on gold. It could be, especially with the indices pushing. One sec, Jacob. That'd be nice, Supreme. I mean, it's possible. Definitely. Silver's pushing. Copper's pushing. So if I get filled here on gold, I mean, I like it for the $200 in risk. I do. My order's in 67.9. And if it just barrels down and through there, I'm just going to have to get out or just let my stop get hit. Down in here is where I'm looking. I want to see it get bought up quickly. Because if it's right, it should be the line in the sand. There's Ultra Bonds. Chop. Nasdaq. Pushing. See a little support coming in there at 70. Just a tad. That's kind of what I want to see after I get filled. I'll get to your if I forget, Jacob, let me know. But I'm just watching gold here. Yeah, the OCOs. Yeah, that you can do that on TradingView, Ralph. If you're not copy trading, you can do OCOs. That's easy to find on YouTube. I know how to do that. Just not copy trading. You can't do it. Oh, there was that little fly thing. I almost got it. Yeah, that's pretty easy. It's just the copy trading that's a pain. Well, let's see. It's the moment of truth on gold. Order is in. Because we got the broken reaction resistance here as well that I really want to hold if that's valid. You got that daily level coming across here. So I would like that to hold. So far, it's holding, but it hasn't filled us. Soybean meal, nothing. So Jacob, on TradingView gold on the hourly was kind of an ugly trend down. It wasn't a smooth lower high series of bars before the reverse. Yeah, but that's because this is volume charts, Jacob. So this is going to look way more clean. That's why we got to get you on Sierra charts, because TradingView and Trade08, I don't know, they're in the 1800s of trading. You can't get bracket orders for groups on Trade08, and you can't get volume bars past like 1,000 contracts on TradingView, which is insane, especially for what they charge. Okay, let's see if we're going to get filled. We're either going to be very right or very wrong. Right now, I don't really know. I'm not filled. My order is pretty much right at the extension there. Like right there, 67.9. We'll know quickly. Like it's either going to fill and bomb through and take the stop out, and then I'm going to cry, or it's going to fill and push back up, and then I'm going to jump for joy. Yeah, they have advantages and disadvantages. Like the hourly chart, the advantage is you get to check it every hour and, you know, go hang out while you're waiting. The volume charts are smooth and more kind of accurate, but you got to set alerts and they ping all the time. Maybe Ralph, but that's where my stop is. So let's not root for that, huh? Just kidding. I mean, silver may be starting to dump now. I don't like that if I'm going to be long gold. We're coming out of this pocket here on gold. Nasdaq's pushing, but maybe we'll see. I mean, they're still. Did I get it? Soybean oil, nothing yet. Hogs, nothing. Silver, there's copper, so that could be the reversal on copper potentially. It's kind of not ideal, but let's see. I mean, gold, this needs to, if this fills and then pops, I'm going to move it to break even extremely fast. It didn't fill me there. It was one tick away. But if it fills me and jumps up $1, I'm moving to break even, and if it comes back, I don't care. I'm just trying to get in on this trend. I might be dead wrong. Russell, I don't think I'm interested in right now. Feeder cattle. See, I don't want to miss the reversal on copper here. I'm going to cancel gold there. I canceled gold, guys, just for the record. I'm deviating too much from the process here. I'll see where this closes. If I miss it, I miss it, but I don't want to miss any alerts on my actual process. That would upset me. Copper is not a bad little reversal signal up here. It's just not fully awesome. So I'll wait. I just want to make sure I don't miss. Gold. I may regret pulling that order, but I actually won't regret it because I want to wait and see what it does. I just changed my mind. It happens. I think it's because I feel like I should be long from here with my stop at break even. Let's look at cattle. Let's make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like I'm missing when I get too sucked into one thing. That's what I don't like. I got to get back out and go, okay, I don't want to miss anything. So ES just grinding. Nasdaq, Dow, Russell pushing nicely. We're through the extension there on the Russell. So these indices are just looking pretty. Wouldn't have got my order yet anyways. But let's see. I mean, if we close into a pocket here and all that holds and these DMLs look good, I'll probably buy it. But I'll wait and see. At least then I can say I waited for the close. But the fact that silver's stalling here, that's why with gold I'm just holding off a little bit, because silver is stalling and copper has a potential reversal pattern. Indices are pushing. It's like, okay, well, is the correlation, platinum's pushing, but is the correlation back now where indices go up and gold is going to drop? I just want to wait and see. That's why I'm waiting with gold, just so you guys wonder. Because had I gotten in here or here, my stop would be at break even. So there'd be no harm, no foul, right? But now that I'm trying to like jump in, I want to make sure I'm not, you know, doing something dumb, letting my recency bias get the best of me. Guys, isn't real trading a lot different than tradertainment trading? Like, you got to actually make decisions. You can't just like dance to techno music with your naked ladies and your Lambos. All right, silver, copper, ultra bonds doing nothing. Platinum, nice. Crude pushing. So I think at this point, I mean, Nasdaq just looks to be grinding. They all do. So you could see here this trend run on the Nasdaq. It's pretty steady. It's just grinding. So on your 10,000, you can just wait for congestion like that, like that. Corn. So let's keep an eye on gold. Just watching now, no orders. I got the Killers in my head. You guys like the Killers? I love the Killers. The band, so good. I think the name Killers is funny. They probably chose it because, like, you know, back in the day, it was like, we're killing it. So they're probably like, oh, yeah, we're the Killers. But it's funny trying to explain that to a 5-year-old. My daughter's like, I like this. What is it? I'm like, oh, it's the Killers. She's like, oh, do they kill people? I'm like, no. Yeah, exactly, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, look, the way I view him is he's just an entertainer, and he's good at that. I mean, I got to give him credit, man. Like, he's a really good entertainer, and he may even be a decent trader himself. I don't know, but in terms of like, you know, watching that to make money, no way. There's no consistency. There's no approach. There's no plan. It's just, all right, I'm getting in. So I don't know. I don't judge. To each their own, but if I was serious about learning trading, I'd be here. I think what it comes down to is that most people just aren't serious about learning trading. Like they want the goodies, but they don't want to treat it as a profession and put in the work. You know, it's like I want the salary of a brain surgeon, but I don't want to put in the 20 years of school and residency and hard work. Well, then it's not going to happen. And this is a hell of a lot easier than brain surgery, that's for sure. Nice, Supreme. Good job. Glad you got it, buddy. You got the win, right? 20 ticks? So you're on a lower time frame than I am. I'm looking for big moves. That's why you can trade in between these time frames. That's why one guy can be short, one guy can be long, and they both can win depending on the time frame they're trading. Yeah, exactly. And it's all about process, right? So as long as you follow your process, then that's fine, win or lose. Ugh. I mean, look, no alerts. Sure, the indices are grinding and it's going up according to the analysis, which is nice. So I'm just waiting for my signals. You know, if I was in London and I was just trading normally, that's trending up. That's a nice pullback to the congestion level. You got daily support there. We were bullish on the daily. Sure, I wanted to come back here, but that was kind of telling you it wasn't. I can guarantee you the lower time period confirmed there. And then since then, just kind of sounds good, Supreme. Relax. That's what it's all about. Staying relaxed. So, you know, gold wouldn't have filled me anyways, so I don't feel so bad about it. Silver now trying to do its thing. So is that the only pocket we're going to get on gold? Maybe. Just not a lot of alerts coming, guys. That just tells you how slow the market is today. I I don't know. Are we waiting for the jobs number already? Could be. Nasdaq. ES pushing through the daily DMLs. Nasdaq not there yet, but probably going to follow since Russell and Dow are going, and ES. $8.30. You mean this? Well, 8:30. Where's that? Which one are you talking about here, Ralph? That one? London. Oh, okay. So 3:30. Oh, sorry, I misread. I saw 8:30. I'm blind. Okay. Yeah, that one. 3:30. Oh, here. Um, that one, right? So there's 3:30 there. Yeah, that one. Huh. Um, that's not bad because I don't really see any, I don't see an extension pressing against us. The extension's up there, so I like that. It's not pressing down here. You got the DMLs here. I mean, that's not too bad. Certainly that looks better. But I admit, you know, the nuances of getting in. So, but I'm going to be more aggressive and like, oh, if I like it, I'll try it there. But if not, certainly when it enters congestion, you just got to go. Because on the good ones, it just won't look back. So corn, heating oil. There's gold. Yeah, I mean, I still with the nuances, that's like it's also a personal thing, like how aggressive you're gonna be. Like I probably got to be more aggressive on this here for sure. I mean, ES, look, a 40-point range. It's just, I guess with the indices, you usually get a little bit more volatility. Right now, we're just kind of we're going up, but it's just like this. Well, that's good, Ralph. Good job. That's fantastic, buddy. That's what I want to hear. Copper, I mean, all right. Thanks, David. We'll check out your video later. That's awesome, man. Thank you. And Apex, cool. He's all in, our new member. That's good news. I mean, guys, my patience are being tested right now. Definitely. I'm working to just be calm. But yesterday, today, snooze fest. Still some good opportunities like gold here. But when you don't capitalize on that on a snooze fest of a day. And again, I'm not beating myself up about gold because technically it's not what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking more for, you guys know, reversals and the higher time period. So like if gold enters congestion here, that might be a reversal to buy. That would be more according to my reversal system. This would have just been jumping the gun. And I should have in hindsight, but I didn't. Crude, they're kind of the same. They're just grinding. High a day here. Just a quiet. Does it feel like a quiet day to you guys too? Whatever you're watching, it just feels very quiet to me. You know? It's just kind of pushing higher on very low volume. Just gonna wait. So gold, we're gonna get a higher time period close here soon. But I mean, it would have to close above that extension for me. Silver, copper, trying to put in that reversal. I just didn't get enough here. Platinum, ultra bonds, 30-year. So yeah, nat gas, that was the one I was looking at for a short, remember? Wasn't a bad idea. Just kind of fished higher. I don't mind because it was in that level that I talked about, but still not bad. Corn, wheat, soybeans, soybean meal, cattle. No, sorry, soybean oil. So platinum, we got an order. We're not interested in that. Soybean oil. Nice trend on soybean oil here, definitely. Could be looking for a short up here, a reversal on some soybean oil because we're trending nicely. Could be some resistance up in here. Cattle, I mean, that's a pullback, but I don't know. Would I buy that? Hogs, feeder cattle. Feeder cattle looks like it wants to rip up to 306 up here. queue. Yeah, I agree with you, Zest. It really has been. Asia and London have been good lately, and New York has just been eh. I mean, we're getting opportunities, but it's just not a lot of volatility. And for all these markets we're following, I expect to get more opportunities over the long run for sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh man. Yeah, I gotta switch our time zones, huh? But you know how it works. It's like strategy hopping. It's like hour hopping. Switch our time zone. We'll switch our focus, and then New York will get active. It's like, yep, that's what's happening lately, Zest. I see it too. Hogs. Like, look, this is more volatility in Asia and London than New York. I mean, sure, you're getting a push up here, but it's just slow. Well, if I was long gold from where I kind of wanted to be long, not only would my stop be at break even, but if this closed inside the envelope, I'd be out with whatever profit I had. Nat gas, beautiful. Russell to the moon. Dow to the moon. Nasdaq, ES. I mean, we're pushing. We are pushing, and we're just not moving. Oh boy. It's a marathon. Gosh, it's only 9:25 in the morning here in Costa Rica. It feels like it's 4 in the afternoon. On days like this, the time goes by slow because there's not a lot happening. On the days where stuff is happening, it flies by 5 or 6 hours. Mm. Yeah, a lot more trades on the trend trading system to just wait to get the pullbacks here. That's for sure. But I'm sticking with what I'm doing for now. I'm just looking for these big reversal potentials and then maybe jump on a trend when I can. But I want to get those reversals and hold and add. And if I can get a few big ones per week, that's going to make me very happy. And then just scale those up. Here's gold. Just give me a second, guys. Just take a little breaky. All right. What's going on? Gonna have to have some breakfast soon while we wait. So gold doing its thing. Maybe gonna push above here. Kind of similar to Nasdaq the other day that we took. There, kind of similar, right? Gold's a little higher up here. I could see gold. There's that 3375 level's kind of key. Yes, and Q. Silver. Copper. Platinum moving. Ultra bonds kind of sitting. 30-year crude. Some selling coming in there on crude. Heating oil, gasoline, nat gas, corn, wheat, soybeans, meal, oil. Could be getting a reversal on oil up here. Keep an eye on that. ZLN. Let's watch soybean oil. Could be a good reversal opportunity. Potentially. I don't know. Trend up. The daily, I mean, trending down on the daily. We could close back down near the lows. I mean, you just don't know, right? We're in a pocket. It's not a terrible spot to take a potential reversal, right? I would want these core DMLs, one of them at least up here, to trigger that reversal. Just keep an eye on it. Let's look at live cattle. Pushing. Go back to soybean oil. I think soybean oil is let's see, a pretty small contract. I'm not sure. We'll see when we trade it, if we trade it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I'd be looking to buy dips on the indices, but with a decent pullback, which so far today there's not one. And look, my approach, that's just my approach. I really like to wait for pullbacks, and I miss a lot of stuff as a result, but I also, have a slightly better hit rate. So I don't know what's going on with the internet here, but it's doing something. Beautiful day. Waiting to download historical data. Looks like the live data is at least on track, so that's good. Copper, yeah, see that reversal on copper, so I don't like that at all. So gold, trying. Waiting on gold. See, it's just soybean oil that's waiting to download historical data. I don't know why. So soybean oil, we still got some time for this to close. There we go. It downloaded it. Nice. So these DMLs could shift. Let's keep an eye on this. When we get a soybean oil notification, we'll come back because this could be a potential reversal. We'll see. ES grinding, and Q also grinding. I mean, at this point, you got a lot of support down here at true average, envelope top. Probably going to continue to be strong congestion support levels here on the 10,000. Dow squeezing. Russell. Gold. Silver. Gold, we still have 2,000 contracts left. There's an alert for heating oil. Okay. And we're heading toward the lunchtime lull, and we've been lulling. Been lulling all morning. But you never know when things are going to pick up. You got to be here for that. Here's the Nasdaq. I mean, trending up nicely on the 50,000. Just looking for a little congestion support level down here. We'll watch the Nasdaq while we wait. I feel like Nasdaq is going to want to head up to 730 at least. 740. There's silver. Silver is not doing a whole lot. Hogs. Nice little trend here on hogs, definitely. Soybean oil, I'm interested in a reversal if these DMLs shift higher. As we get closer to the close, we'll get an alert. Nasdaq, at least, oh, that's like, I just want to see movement. Nice that it's moving. So you guys are sensing a slow day too. I know Zest is. What he pointed out. The moves were in Asia and London. Yeah. You're getting a lot of good starts to the day in Asia and London lately. And then by the time we get New York, it's like, you got to jump on, or is it going to come back? It's just how it is sometimes. I think I'm moving to Asia. Not yet. At some point, maybe. I like Costa Rica though. But I'm sure Malaysia is awesome. Like the infrastructure there is probably incredible. Like in Costa Rica, the taxes for the people that live here are so high. And when you go to the grocery store, the taxes, and then you drive on the roads, I mean, there's just freaking potholes everywhere. You're like, glad to see the tax dollars at work. I mean, I guess that's any major US city. But at the same time, here they put like a 25%. Like if you eat at a restaurant, it's a 13% sales tax and then an automatic 10% like service tax. So like 25% added to every bill. So that is wheat. Nasdaq tried to move, and then it was like, no, guys, remember, we're not moving today. So, okay. We're going to move 8 points here, 9 points here, but we're not really going to move. Gold should be getting ready for a close soon. About 1,700 contracts to go. I'm kind of hoping gold flushes back down the lows of the day so I can get maybe a better bite at the apple, but it's probably unlikely. There goes ES, just NQ. And he's trending up. Can't even get to the congestion support level. So sure looks like it's just gonna keep grinding higher. Famous last words. And so far, we've done 270 points for the range. Average daily range is about 370. So to do another 100 up to 770 kind of makes sense, I would say. Dow, there's soybean oil. Our DMLs did not shift, however, so I want those here. They're not. Oh, these days will make you yawn, huh? So, this is the Nasdaq 10K. It's trying to come alive. Kind of wrestling with this, the first level of the daily core DML resistance, but I don't plan on it stopping the Nasdaq. See the Russell. Gold. So there's soybean oil. I mean, I suppose if it, yeah, no, you see those DMLs are there, that closed. I wouldn't buy that, but I don't want to short it. Silver, trying to roll over a little maybe. Copper, I mean, really quiet. That's a really nice reversal there in London right here. Is it just kind of rounding the bend into that pocket, all that. That's nice. Lately, it just, I agree with Zest. It just feels like New York the last few days. You're just kind of late to the party and you're just like sitting around waiting. Nasdaq. Let's look at gold. Gold's going to close here. Well, I still got 1,400 contracts. I mean, that's the thing too with reversals. I want stuff moving, you know, like when we caught that really, really good reversal on the Nasdaq here on Friday, you know, we were moving. We had good volatility. And then, you know, it's just, you want movement, you want volatility. As Zest said, vol begets more vol. Right now, shite begets more shite. So you want vol. Russell, grinding. Low vol grind. Let me know how you guys are feeling. If you're as bored as I am. All right. Long silver, short gold. Yeah, it's not bad. That ratio should improve. I agree with you. Huh, exactly. So we're going to get a close here. Still a while. Uh, on the hourly, Jacob, I don't know. I haven't looked at it, but I will. Yep, we're in congestion on silver, Jacob. You are correct. I wouldn't do anything on silver right now. I'm not doing anything on silver. Soybean oil, we'll pull back there. It's like, yeah, we are trending strongly. Did I miss a pullback on the trend? I don't know. I don't want to buy that there. So Nasdaq. I mean, for the last hour in the Nasdaq, we've been in a 20-point range. Even before that, we were in a pretty tight range. Copper, platinum. I could probably take a reversal if one triggers up in here somewhere on platinum. Potentially. Well, depending on other markets. So ultra bonds could consider a reversal down here somewhere potentially. 30-year no. Crude, heating oil, nat gas. There's cattle. I mean, cattle's pretty bullish. Is that going to be a trend pullback to buy? Haven't gotten to the extension yet. Maybe. Let's check cattle out. There's nothing else going on. Buy some cattle. That was my Texas accent if you guys missed that. Let's see. LEQ. See where that closes. Because you got congestion, pullback. Oh, might not be too bad. Cattle's going to close in 130 contracts. Been quite bullish as of late. Feels like it should want to go to 213 up in here. We'll see. There's gold. Yeah, kind of coming down off there. I'm not going to reverse that. Cattle I could be interested in. I'd like that to flip to a pocket. See, now I got to ask myself, is this where I should be shorting cattle? I don't think so. I mean, the daily range is kind of, we're there on the daily range. That is true. So that's a little bit of a red flag for trying to jump on the trend. But I just feel like we want to go up to that extension on the daily around 213. Might not be correct, but let's see. Feeder cattle so far holding up there. Hogs, cattle. Let's watch cattle. We'll see where it closes. Fun anyways, right? We learn more about cattle. I gotta get a, what is that, a lasso? That must be a French word, right? Lasso. Got any French speakers in here? All right, so let's see if this can switch and pocket us. Then I would be considering it, because that's a pretty good trend run there. Cattle seems pretty darn bullish lately. Well, for about the last, several months. Still got 100 contracts to trade on cattle, which is kind of a lifetime. Here's gold. See, you got that pushing against us, but it could be like this one where it settles and goes. But I'm gonna just hold off on gold. That was a good opportunity there. There really was. Like, you guys can see when we like something, they don't look too shabby. There's crude. Are we setting up for a reversal up there? I mean, maybe. Get my mosquito bites, which is beautiful. Or is that a pullback and a trend for crude? Could be down here. Could potentially want to buy crude, maybe. Let's wait till that closes. Maybe down in here, closer. I'd want it down closer here. So I probably wouldn't do anything there. Let's look at cattle. Don't want to forget it. Already getting picked up a little bit there on cattle. I don't think I put a cattle trade. Have we put a cattle trade on yet on air? You might have to do that just to claim bragging rights on YouTube. I think we have, but I'm not sure. This would kind of have to come further down here because we've already done such a good chunk of the daily range. Oh, there's Nasdaq. At least something's happening. I mean, if this sucks back up here, that's pretty strong. If we get a close here with all that under us, that could be a quick squeeze like Hogs did the other day. You guys remember what I'm talking about when Hogs did that? Like, it did something like this. It was already a big range of the day. I might just buy a little cattle. If this closes here, I'll probably just buy some just to risk a little and learn about cattle. $13 contracts. No, kind of didn't get above here. I would need it more down here. Gonna wait on cattle. Look at ES, my goodness. Nasdaq. Dow. Russell. Gold. So, I mean, gold, you got a pretty good pocket there. Pocket here. Would I short that? No, but it is trending down. I'm not going to short that congestion entrance bar, that's for sure. But I'm not going to long it either because of all that resistance. Silver, copper is doing nothing. Platinum, ultra bonds are at least trying to move. Could be some support down here on ultra bonds, so we'll see what happens. Crude, there's your little pullback, but not really enough. Gas. So there's the soybean oil. Nice pullback in the trend run, but I'm not really clear on what the daily wants to do there. So that's why I was like, oh, I could short, but see the DMLs were in the wrong place for shorting. That's how you kind of use it to, yeah, you miss a lot of trades, but you also miss a lot of losers, which is nice. So Jacob, about to, I can't read that first part. Tricky part I thought about, I was like, well, if you have a playbook for all conditions, we're going to be in one of the conditions at any time. So in theory, you could trade any playbook anytime. Yeah, in theory you can. And it's just, but you generally, you know, if you're trading one market, that's a lot easier. Like if you're just trading the Nasdaq and you trade back and forth, that's what I've done a lot the last year. But now I want to get better at number one, when swing trades come, try and participate in those. But also number two, on the day trading, I want to get more comfortable waiting for, like, instead of taking 10 trades a day on the Nasdaq and still making money, but it's mentally exhausting. I want to try and just wait for really, really good setups here, hold them and add to them, and kind of compare my results over the next few months to my previous results. I know I'm going to make money either way, but I'm just kind of feeling this right now. Does that make sense, Jacob? So it's very difficult if you want to trade the playbook, all playbooks on all markets, forget it. But if you want to trade it on one market, you can do that once you know the playbook well enough. But it's better to trade one playbook on a lot of markets, or like I'm doing, a couple of playbooks on a lot of markets. All right, Ralph, good luck working. Look, the good news is you picked it, you followed your process, the size will come. So that's fantastic. Nice job. And you did it on your own. I like that. Like, it's perfect. So Jacob, you see, like, just following your trend playbook, you probably would have had a good day today, right? So that should give some confidence. Nasdaq. Looks like we were just kind of, I don't know, just grinding up. So I hope that makes sense, Jacob. It's just really there are so many ways to apply how, I mean, trading is, there's just infinite ways to do it. And it's just about finding something that resonates with you. I think the trends are a really good way to go because they are pretty straightforward. If you're scrolling through the hourlies on TradingView, waiting for those 15-minute congestions. I'm going to go over your playbook, your checklist, Jacob. I'm sure it's great because you're asking questions that, I think you're probably going to have already a great checklist, but I'll see what I can, if I would take something out, I will. If I could add to it, I will. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and staying out of the landmines, like there's it's far, far better to undertrade than to overtrade, right? Like what I'm kind of trying to work on here is with these reversals, if I can catch a few really good ones a week and then build confidence with those and hold and size into them, that's like micro swing trading, it's like you can make a lot of money doing that. So I'm kind of just exploring. And then, we'll see. Maybe 3 months from now, I'll be like, yeah, I want to do the trend playbook. Or I don't see myself going back to one market ever again. I just love watching all these markets, getting comfortable with them. Yeah, I like them too. And when you catch them right, you can really get some nice winners, which is what I want for us. I mean, yeah, I mean, uh, yesterday and today, not really, but Friday afternoon, you know, that Nasdaq trade was fantastic, and on the 5 tradeifys, that was good for about 2,200 bucks a piece. That's $11,000, and that happened in 30 minutes, just waiting. So that's pretty good. And I forgot to take them on my top steps, which I know I would have made another whatever, but that doesn't matter. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Like if I can make $10,000 or $15,000 in 30 minutes, but those 30 minutes, yeah, you should check out the highlight video, Supreme, on the YouTube channel. There's a highlight video I did, and this is where we caught, after 5 hours of waiting, we got long right there and added and took profit right up in here for about 90 points. And it was really, really nice. Oh yeah, the trend plays today. Like if you were trading the trend system today, you did very well, right? Yeah, that happens, it happens, Supreme. But that's why I'm waiting, just and I'm not, I practice what I preach, so I'm not going to be like, oh well, it's a little slow for my strategy right now, so let me strategy hop to something else. I'm not going to do that because I don't advocate for that. So crude, I think we checked. Yeah, that's nothing. Let's look at hogs. Could be setting up for a reversal here on hogs potentially. We've come a long way in a short period of time, or a pullback. But I think the daily range hasn't, compared to these days. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on hogs. Like, is it a trend pullback? You are into some, but you're in that pocket there. We'll see. Ultra bonds, still waiting. Let's watch hogs, because there was cattle. I think I made the right decision there about waiting. Soybean oil chopping. Let's look at hogs. I mean, hogs are bullish overall. I would say my favorite trade. Nice, Jacob. So you passed the eval total, the top step one? Was that 50K or whatever? That's awesome, bro. Good job. Did it on your own. Super pumped for you, dude. Dude, I sounded like a Texas rancher. 150. Bang. Good job, Jacob. So you passed it. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just be patient with it and you will get to a payout, but don't be scared of losing it, because fear is the enemy of trading success. If you fear it, it will come. It's like Field of Dreams. Except if you build it, it will come. But if you fear it, it will come. So don't operate in fear. While it's not fun to lose 150, 300, 400, 500 bucks, for most people, that's not going to change your life. So don't be scared of it, but still be smart. But what will change your life is getting a payout for 3 grand, 5 grand, 6 grand. Not that the money is life changing. It's nice, 3 grand, but it's life changing in terms of confidence and showing yourself what you can do. Oh yeah, silver's a big boy. I like silver when I'm on the right side of it. When I'm on the wrong side of it, not so fun. I mean, look at the Nasdaq. It's just. We'll see what happens with gold. There's an alert for corn. Here's silver. I mean, these are quiet today, guys. Really quiet. Platinum, ultra bonds. There's crude. All right, crude's moving. Let's dump, baby. Nat gas, corn, wheat, soybeans, meal. You see, all this is crap. You don't want to get involved in this crap. Think about that, you know? Who would sign up right now? Raise your hand for 1 or 2 good trades a week and you make 10, 15 grand a week. Right? That's about my average before I started VolPro Edge. Somewhere in that range. And, you know, now I'm just trying to get there, but much less stress, easier, rather than like the focus on the Nasdaq. And I'm, you know, like, and I think that this can make a lot more money. Yeah, Jacob's raising. I'm raising. Like, this is crazy. You just realize how much money patience can give you. Trading rewards patience. If you have the patience, you know, make a lot of money. Now, we need to take the trades that come, definitely, but we got to wait for the right ones. Gold, yeah. I mean, I kind of wish I would have taken that, but I didn't. So, and it technically wasn't really my playbook right now. I am looking for reversals, but I'm looking for the higher time period. I really want it to come out, enter congestion, and then go. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a runner here. So yeah, that would have been nice. And it might still run. But had I got in there, that one I did, but that one, congestion entrance, should have got in. And then if you're in there and you add one here, you know, probably out in this chop, even though we haven't really closed inside the envelope yet. But I'm just more interested in it going straight up when I'm in, or straight down when I'm in. CL looking good to long. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty darn bullish now. I would need a pullback for me down into 63.20-ish down here. And I would need kind of like a nice situation down there, maybe a reversal pattern there. Because the reversals are also, I missed this on silver the other day. Let's make sure I don't miss anything while I'm gapping. Soybeans, nothing. Copper, probably nothing. Yeah. So on silver the other day, these, I want to get better at these as well. This, wow, look at silver. See, that was, again, that happened in London. But you see, that's a nice reversal in the trend. So the trend is nice. Your first pullback there is probably, I wouldn't have got long because we broke all that. I don't know. I can't tell you, but certainly there, that's a nice little reversal pattern out of. So those are also, I mean, look at that. That's the one you want coming out of that reversal. I mean, if you can pyramid that on silver, whew, and hold, like, that's my goal. When I finally done that on a day like that, just adding, I mean, that's what I'm working toward. That's what I'm really working toward. But you got to get on early. And lately that's happening in Asia and London. Gold trying to push. 12:10. I got a clock over there. I'm like, no, I got a clock here. 12:10 Eastern. All right, the Fed speakers. Okay, they're coming again. Thanks, Christian. 12:45. Jacob, one thing I haven't even focused on is when to add them. Yeah, that's part two, Jacob. Just right now, keep focusing on what you're doing so you don't get overwhelmed. It's important. All right, guys, I'm just gonna make a quick little tortilla, like a scrambled egg tortilla thingy. So let's just take a few minutes. I'm gonna be checking while I cook because I don't want to miss anything while I'm cooking. So I'll be kind of running back and forth, okay? All right, guys, I'm just checking in here. I got the eggs going. Make sure we're not missing much, but doesn't look like it. Live cattle. That could be a little pullback there on cattle, that's for sure. Gotta just not forget about my eggs. Nice. I'll check it out in a sec, Supreme. Hope it goes up, dude. Just gotta not forget about my eggs. Could be a nice little flush for a reversal here. Back up here on cattle. Probably gonna miss it because I gotta go get my eggs. Gasoline. If this closes up here 212.40, that could be nice, but not looking likely. I'm gonna go and get my eggs and I'll be back. Yeah, I'll check it out. I don't know if it confirms to my system, but I'll look. I'll be right back. All right. So cattle I didn't miss. I'm good with that. I do have my egg, Swiss cheese, hot sauce, avocado on the corn tortillas. Normally I eat it with my hands, but I gotta have silverware here so I can operate the mouse. Take a quick peek here. What do we miss? Hogs and Russell. There's Hogs. Nice little flush there on the Hogs. Russell's grinding. And Q also grinding. You got a lot of support right there. 56. Down in here. I like to see when those extensions like that, you see how when they pull up to the envelope top, those are really nice. You see the reaction support right there also, like that. That's a nice support level. If you think you've got more to go in the trend, which I think on Nasdaq today we do. So I'll check Supreme's crude. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad place. I hope you win, buddy. I'm waiting. And Q. Oh yeah, Supreme. I got to go in and let me see here in the members area here. Just looking. Hang on, guys. I don't think I'm missing anything. Just looking for Supreme here. I don't see you there, but that's all right. We'll fix that. Let's see here. I agree, Zest. Definitely snooze fest. Yeah, I think for me, I'm just very picky, Supreme. I hope it works for you, man. You take a lot more trades than I do, but it works for you if you're profitable, so don't let me stop you. What would make CL a good long there? Well, Jacob, I mean, we've got all that broken daily resistance that could be support, but it would have to be, at this point, I wouldn't take it because it's not part of my system. Unless we're trending up and got a clean pullback there. I was just kind of telling Supreme what I was seeing. Yep, I agree, AJ. Everyone's waiting for the news. Good call about volunteering. Enjoy. Good job, man. Oh yeah, at least 90% lose in trading. Probably closer to 95, 98, something like that. At least day trading. All right. All right, I'm going to see if I can sneak out a bite. $3 on MNQ. Nice. That's break even day. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. Now you got it. JS. All right. So we'll stay focused here. We're waiting. My food's getting cold, so I got to take a bite. I'm still here. I'm watching. My food's on my other table. I'm here with my fork. You guys with wives and kids and all that good stuff, you notice how you go to the grocery store, you buy really good avocados, and then like my wife picks out the best piece, and then I go and I always get the brown part of the avocado. Oh yeah, it's important. Gotta stay focused. I haven't eaten in like, I don't know, 15 hours. So the Fed speak is coming in about 15 minutes. Oh yeah, I think I had dinner last night at maybe, probably finished dinner at 7:30. So right now it's 10:30. Yeah, 15 hours exactly. Breaking my fast for the break fast. That's pretty much what I do every day. I eat dinner around 7:30 and then I don't really eat breakfast or lunch the next day till 15 hours, 16 hours later. I don't really do it on purpose, although I heard that's good for you. I just do it because that's what feels right. Yeah, I heard that that's what people say. I've been doing that a long time just because I always didn't want to eat right when I woke up. I mean, I'm more fit than most people I know my age, so I guess it's doing something. Right now, I'm pretty out of shape with the baby and all that. Haven't had so much time for intense exercise, but I'll get back to that. Yeah, it was just by instinct, by accident. It's kind of funny. I like it. I always do that. I kind of just do things my own way, and if other people say it's good, that's great. If it's bad, I don't care. Look at the Russell here. Just at least gold's kind of trying to move here. Nice. Silver, copper. I mean, wow. Snooze fest day. Ultra bonds. Crude kind of sitting. It's also, I want to find markets where I'm in at that volatility pinch point. Those aren't easy to find, but I think I can find them more often than not, like the Nasdaq there. That's what I want, that volatility pinch point. Bang. I don't want to be in this anymore. Not that that's bad. You can trade congestion and make a lot of money, Like I just loved that this was almost 100 points in a very quick amount of time. That's what I want. Here's Nasdaq, grind up, melt up city. ES got an alert, but we're just kind of grinding. There's a close. I mean, this thing is, it's a strong trend run. I think I think we might be going to 60-20 today, guys. So this thing may just go. Nasdaq may just take off. But it's still, for me, there's really not a lot of volatility in the trend. There's no pullbacks. I'm certainly not looking for, you see, Jacob, why we use our end of day analysis. Just not looking for reversals on the short side today on the indices. That's frees up computing power and you stay out of losing trades, right? We're not right every day, but most days pretty on track in terms of the bias. Yeah, the gold flush could be nice down in here for then a potential, you know, some volatility coming in, reversal back up. That's, you know, what I'd be interested in. Because I want those trap traders. You know, my checklist is pretty firm. Oh, because my bias was, you know, bullish. I was comfortably bullish in the end of day analysis for the indices. Not neutral. Not bearish. Yeah, you can just watch the first part, Jacob, on 2x speed. But I mean, how do you get in on ES there? I mean, you're either in from here or, I mean, you're waiting for a pullback like me, you're not getting anything. Platinum. Could be a little reversal up here, but I'd like it to be up here. And we're not really trending yet. We are technically, but not enough. So cattle, dumping. You see, the DMLs keep you out of, you know, trades. And you see how Jacob on this one, when I was like, oh, cattle, that could be a good pullback here. Well, I didn't like where we closed, but then I also said to myself, well, we've kind of already made the average daily range on cattle. So it's not a good spot to look for a pullback. I said I wanted a steeper pullback. And then when that happened, we broke all this. I didn't want it. So, you know, you see when you use those things together, not just to Jacob, but to everybody, it's helpful. Right? Let's see. Fed speak in 10 minutes. There's feeder cattle. We haven't made as much of a range on feeder cattle. We could expand that range. So feeder cattle here could be a good buy. I know Zest, you like the feeder cattle, right? That's how you found the channel? I mean, not that you like it, but just you thought that was kind of interesting that I was looking at it. I think it's interesting. So here is feeder cattle. You know, we could be at the halfway point for the trend here on feeder cattle. We could. So, yeah, and it may dump. But if we close back above our extensions at 303.6, then I could long feeder cattle if the lower time period's confirming. And then we could pyramid and make millions of dollars on feeder cattle, which would definitely be, you know, bragging rights on YouTube. Yeah, well, I guess that's why I am. I got the prop firms, right? Let's see. Got about 14 contracts, which we know in feeder cattle can take years. 12 contracts. Make sure. And this, the hogs and the, yeah, I mean, I think the daily is looking pretty darn bullish. I mean, this could be a good pullback. I would just want to, I don't like that it broke these extensions. Yeah, they let you trade LE. OJ, no. But if I take this feeder cattle long, that's on a Tradeify account. Look, you see how that moves? We only have 10 contracts, but it moves. So if this thing pulls up here, I'm gonna have to buy me some feeder cattle. Hold her and let her ride. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a good opportunity. We're getting alerts. I'm just kind of waiting here. Crude oil. I don't want to miss this because, you know, feeder cattle can suck up here easy on 8 contracts. And if it does, you got to be quick to the punch. Because this could be, I don't want to draw because we only have 5, but we're breaking all this for now, so I'm not going to touch it. But had we sucked up like we did on cattle earlier, could have been a decent one. And then I'll check these alerts. War contracts. You can move 10 ticks and feeder cattle in 4 contracts, that's for sure. You just never know when the good ones will come. Still 4 contracts. Like if this closed up here, which it probably won't, I would probably buy it. Still got a little time for meats left to trade, about an hour and 25 minutes left. But this is not looking like it's going to confirm. No, there's 500. It could still be a little flush for a reversal, but we broke my levels, so I'm going to let it go. Let's go to soybean oil. Nothing. Heating oil. No. Crude. All right. See you, Supreme. Have a good one, man. Hope to see you tomorrow, bro. Sorry about the crude loss. So Jacob, for NQ, we're already around 400 points for the day. Yesterday's day. Yeah, exactly. Good observation, Jacob. You're thinking like a professional. I like it. Yeah, no, NQ is just kind of grinding here. So not really a fantastic spot to look for a long, in my opinion, even though these markets are bullish. The long, you know, was down here. I didn't get on earlier. The trend trading system, you know, that we're talking about did trigger some longs. If you're following that system, you're waiting for pullbacks to the congestion on the lower time period. I'm not, but that system worked all right. But so right now I'd be more apt if I got a good reversal signal up here somewhere. I'd just be very careful about it because I'm bullish on the day, but it doesn't mean you couldn't see a decent reversal at some point depending. But it looks pretty darn bullish to me, so I'm going to be probably not going to do anything. But yes, that's a good observation, Jacob. Definitely. There's the hogs we checked. Yeah, you see hogs are going lower. Wow, it's a nice flush there on cattle. Beautiful flash. Not taking it because it's not my playbook. And the extension did not hold. But I love these moves in the meats when they get going. Can really move. Maybe that's like a meat report. Could be something like that. So there's your 3 sections right there. 1, 2, 3, exhaust. Lots of daily support, but I'm not trading that right now, and we broke the extension right there, so I wouldn't mess with that, even though it could bounce for sure. But that's just for noticing what's going on. Yeah, NQ is just grinding up on very low volume, guys. I mean, look at the volume on the daily right now. We're not really putting in that much volume. Look here, you can see the 50,000 contract here is not a lot. It's because we're rolling over probably too soon. Just having a little bite. I need a little more hot sauce. All right, we got the hot sauce going. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Kind of a snooze fest so far. I mean, copper could be setting up for a little reversal here, but it's still just chopping. I want more up and down. I don't want like I want volatility. There's just not a lot today. Order on feeder cattle again. Oh yeah, look at that. You see our levels keep us out. Did I miss a reversal there? I don't think so. No. I mean, this must be some sort of meat news coming out here. Just cigars, Jacob. I never tried a pipe. I just love cigars so much. I can't imagine it gets better, but maybe. What about you? You smoke them out of a pipe? Is that why? I wonder if there's like a... Is this like a meats report? Yeah, I don't... Cigarettes, I think, are nasty. But cigars make me feel great. Something going on in the meats world. Things are moving. See, the volatility's here in the meats. If I wasn't following the meats, I wouldn't see this. Maybe there'll be a really good reversal on the meats. That would be cool. Keep an eye on them. Interesting. Just taking away all my lower time period charts because they get confusing after a while. I only want them for entering. Soybean meals, nothing. Soybeans, wheat, corn, nat gas, nothing. Gasoline grinding, heating oil grinding, crude oil, not interested in. Ultra bonds, platinum. Copper could break, but it's not really volatile right now. Nasdaq just grinding. Yeah, exactly. That's a good cigar. Have you had one of those? I mean, I smoke them here because those are the ones I can get. I kind of like Romeo and Juliet better than um, what's the other main Cuban one? You know what I'm talking about. Cohiba. I like Romeo and Juliet better than Cohiba. Yeah. Hey, Technique. Good to see ya. Yeah, I like the higher time period reversals, and that's why I'm looking at all the markets now to find what I think are the best opportunities. I'm willing to go with the trend sometimes, but like right now on Nasdaq, even if we got a reversal up here, I'd still be careful because the daily is very bullish. So I'm more looking to catch a reversal on the higher time period in the direction that I think the daily and the weekly are pushing. So the one we had on Friday, Technique, I know I point to this is our last good one. Really the last trade we took, aside from the break even on crude yesterday. That was this one right here. So you see, I didn't get caught up in all this. We waited 5 hours. And then when the volatility came in and flushed down, I was looking for a reversal back up, which we got right there, and we got long and then got like 90 points out of that, and we held and we added. So that's what I'm waiting for. I want those reversals in line with the weekly and the daily. I want some volatility to be there. And I want traders to be trapped. So like in that case, the shorts were trapped and they had to cover, and that made that move go up quickly. And then you can hold and add. Does that make sense, Technique? I'm just having a bite over here. I'm still here. Yeah, kind of. Today, the bullish prognosis from the end of day analysis was correct for the indices, but it pulled back in Asia, London, and then just didn't look back. And you never know, right? Like I said it to us at the open when we were still sitting around here. I had my plan. I wanted this thing to dump down here and then set up a reversal. I would have gone in heavy there, because that would have been trapped traders to the short side right at my key daily support level. That's what I would have, I mean, that could have been a huge win. It just didn't happen that way, right? But I was prepared. The direction's correct. And, you know, we will get a lot of those. 21,693. Nice. Way to go. Very bullish. We've already done, you know, like Jacob said, we're looking at the average true range. So yeah, we've already put on, you know, 400 to, I think you can get to 800. That would be a 400 point range. That would make sense on a day like today. Certainly right now, the lower time period's not looking back. The higher time period's not looking back. You got a cluster of extensions up here, pink dots that we might want to get to. So I think you're looking good, Technique. Nice. Yeah, it's always, I hate when that happens, when you're up nicely and then it comes back and tests your patience, and then sometimes you close, sometimes, but if you hold and now it's going, it's fantastic. Well, you nailed it. That's fantastic. Nice trade. Let's look at the cattle. So is cattle putting in a reversal here? Maybe, but not one that I'm going to take right now. I like that reversal. Usually the reversal bar, I like it to be coming out of the lower day. Now this technically is, but it's not. See what I mean? So Nasdaq here, the one we got, that was also not quite at lower day, but close, but I still took that one bang. But I like it when the reversal bar itself has the lower high a day on it if I'm longing or shorting. Yeah, I mean, ES, I think we're probably going up here. I mean, it's just going. See, we got natural gas. We got Fed speak. Was it a big nothing burger again, Christian, if you're still here? Or anybody who's got the Fed speak? Goolsby is speaking now, but not much is going on except for meats. There's nat gas. Don't want to do anything there. Gold, we're just waiting. Kind of a snooze fest today. Maybe the whole week's going to be a snooze fest waiting for non-farm payrolls. I mean, look, the indices are moving. I mean, look, we've already made a nice move yesterday and today. It's just some volatility in Asia, London, and then New York's just been a slow grind. Transitory inflation. Okay, yeah, I thought that narrative was out, but they brought it back. Copper, platinum, ultra bonds, crude. Here's the cattle. Hogs. I mean, these can be wild. If hogs can round trip it down here to the extension and congestion in that pocket on the daily, those DMLs right there. You know, we're running out of time though with the meats, but just watch NQ while we bide our time. Got my food. Wheat and the Dow. Here's the Dow. Same thing, just kind of grinding. I'm gonna take my plate back to the kitchen. All right. See what we missed? Patience wins the day. Here's the Dow. Talked about gunning for that extension before the day started, and sure looks like it. ES kind of looks like it could get up there. We'll see. You're hitting some old resistance levels though here, so got to be careful. I wouldn't be longing up here, that's for sure. Wouldn't be shorting against this either. But the time to get in was back here. I'm just looking for reversals at this point. You know, the trend trading, that's another thing too. Time wise, you know, I want to get in on these trends. I need that opportunity at the start or the middle of the trend early in the day. You know, we're getting a little late here to try and jump on board a trend. So now it's more reversal time. I mean, reversals are valid all day, but you guys know what I mean. Silver, copper, I mean, just crude, heating oil, gasoline, gas, corn, wheat, soybeans, meal, oil, cattle, hogs, feeder. I'm just looking for those trades where to me just everything looks right and it's like, okay, there's just no doubt on this. And that was what the Nasdaq was, and there'll be more to come. And there'll be losses, of course, lots of break evens, but I just want those high conviction trades because I want to start increasing size, holding, and adding. That's what's important to me. You know, I'd rather make 20 grand on a trade than, you know, I have to jump in and out for 20 points here, 10 points here, 15 points here, loss, 20 fit loss. Like, yeah, I still get to a good level, but this is the way for me to get to the next level trading like this. So yeah, Christian, the Fed speak is uninteresting. Doesn't surprise me. The market today grinding up in a relatively low vol snooze fest. I mean, on the Nasdaq today, you can see normally we've got a lot more, I don't know. It could be because we are gonna flop over to the September contract pretty soon. Still in June for the moment. Check bar chart for that. I always check bar chart, guys, to see where just easier than going to the CME. So if you go to, you know, let's see. You go to bar chart here, and you just go to whatever you want to go to, indices, and then you can see here. You see how ESM for June, the volume, but you're starting to get some volume into September now. So the roll has begun, but it probably won't culminate until the end of next week. So it's always good to keep an eye on that. It's a lot of standing and a lot of waiting, but when you wait for the right ones, like on Friday, you know, those of us who were still in the stream after 5 hours had no idea that Nasdaq reversal would come, and it came, you know. and that's great. There's silver, being alerted to silver. Snooze fest here on silver. Get back to NQ just temporarily. Hope the rain doesn't come in. It's been nice here in Jaco lately, Costa Rica. The rain hasn't come in too much. It comes in the afternoon, late afternoon, so I have time to get out after the trading and do stuff, you know, outside, which is nice. All right, that was an alert on cattle. Huge outside reversal on cattle, huh? Those longs are stuck. Now, did I miss a reversal up there? Not that I can see. It wasn't really clear. You know, remember, I'm looking where I can see people are stuck, bang, reverse. This was just kind of gently rolling over. That was hard to see in advance. At least I didn't go long up there, right? Recognize that we were already pretty much putting in the daily range. Feeder cattle dumping. Something's going on in the cattle market. So we'll just wait on everything with the Nasdaq. Techniques trade still looking pretty good. It's always tough for me at this point, right? Like when you're in a long and or short, whatever, and you're up nicely, and then it starts to stall on you. You're like, should I take profit? Should I not? That's hard. That's trading, you know. You just got to do what you think is right. Not easy. I'd be looking to take profits soon, although I do think we can get to 800. But we've kind of gone straight up without a pullback, and we're already at the average daily range pretty much. But you never know. It could go further. You could take profit and then it corrects. That's the challenging part about trading. So let's look at heating oil. I mean, just a grind. Didn't see that coming, but knew not to short that daily pocket because that was below us. Ultra bonds. I mean, looks like this would be good. I mean, if ultra bonds close down here, then I'd be looking for a big break to the downside over the next couple days, because then the weekly support level here in the middle of the envelope would be breaking, and I think you would head down here because you're coming out of this pocket here, which is nice. So bonds could be some good trading. I can trade those on my XFAs, so that'll be fun on the ultra bond. Yes. Yeah, they're just levitating here. I mean, look at the Russell, just no volatility, but just tiny little bars going up. Kind of similar on ES, just, you know. Hogs. Not a bad reversal signal there. We broke that, but I don't know. I don't think I would have gotten filled because I would have been looking for that core DML maybe to be stacked here. And then I would have, you know, been looking for a push up there. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. And maybe, you know, with time, I'll just get more aggressive on the entry. Like on the Nasdaq, it was just clear. We had to get in right there. Like, because look, the core, this is why that trade was perfect. I mean, just the core was there, the middle of the envelope. You reclaim the daily extension. I mean, you were just stacked there. And then the lower time period, I can't remember, but it was already trending up. That was just, that's what we want. It was really a nice trade. And that's why we got a quick almost 100 points on it. And they'll come in clusters, you know. They'll come when they come. So gold is just kind of sitting around here. That was probably the trade of the day down there from here to here. It's kind of all that I've seen today, even worth taking. Of course, the bullish bias on the indices, correct from the analysis video from last night, but just unless you're in London or Asia, not easy to jump on board that. Or if you have a crystal ball and you're an influencing trader, tainer, liar, and you say, hey, I get in on everything all the time, but only when it's a good trade. I never lose. Lots of people say that, and it's amazing how many people buy it. You guys know too, there's so many scammers in the signal world. What they will do is they'll have like a big list of followers, and you know, look, I'm not going to judge anybody, but you can see some of these people. It's like, what are people thinking? They'll have a big list of followers, right? The Furus, and then they'll have, you know, 1,000 people on this list and 1,000 people on this list, and they'll give them opposite trading signals, right? And then, you know, one of them wins, one of them loses, one of them wins, one of them. I mean, people do shit like this, and people fall for it, which is, it takes two to tango. But real trading is a lot more challenging than it looks, and we're doing extremely well here, right? And it's very, very real. There's just a lot of garbage out there, but I guess it's human nature, right? People will be falling for garbage probably until the end of time. And I guess time will never end. So probably forever. So it's squeezing. Well, it's 1:10, so I'm going until 2:30 again, but I'm pretty anxious to have something happen. Because, you know, a lot of the good reversals are going to come around 8, 9, 10 in the morning. Although that Nasdaq came. So here we got the meats, cattle. Well, no, we got copper as well. So there's cattle's just, I mean, bombing. Nice movement here. Good volatility on cattle. I mean, still got about an hour left for the cattle market to be open. So if we were to tag down here 209 and stick a good reversal in, this thing could close back up at 211. That could be a nice reversal on cattle. That'd be sweet. That would restore my faith in the gods of trading. Some people call them trading gods. Have you guys seen Lord of War with Nicolas Cage? Oh, that's a good movie. He's visiting that Russian dictator, selling him arms. And the guy's got like bodyguards with guns all over the place. And he goes, I am a lord of war. And then Nick Cage goes, I think it's warlord, sir. And he goes, I prefer it my way. I thought of that when I thought of the gods of trading. No, it's the trading gods. Isn't it funny how all these little movie things come? All right, so let's see if we get a good reversal here on. I mean, at least it's moving. There's a big range. We've got some support. Let's type in cattle here on our Tradeify DOM. We've got feeder cattle as well, bombing out. But I do like cattle better. It's more liquid. We're already in here. We could see some. This could be all right. Still got some volume to go here, but we could be longing some cattle. I mean, I know we're coming out of that on the weekly. It's true. I'm not crazy about that, but the daily, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Only if we get a good signal here. It is kind of a round tripper, but I don't typically like those. So I'll be careful, but let's watch. Let's watch some cattle. A lot of volume coming in here. Trending down nicely. So this would just be low a day. I mean, this would, I'd like this to kind of sneak down through there a little more, pop up. Let's see what happens. Remember, this is 1,000 contracts for cattle, and we're only at 550 contracts. Check bar chart, see what's going on with the cattle market. Nothing up to date. Sometimes I'll have like a midday cattle report. $825. There's our alert for cattle. And if this closed up here, I'd be interested. Could be punished. Could be like catching a falling knife. This could be a lot of liquidation here, but still. I'd like it to tag that extension. I really would. First. But this may not even qualify. We've only got 70 contracts left. Just watching some cattle, guys. Could have been a good trend pullback there, considering in hindsight that you could see the longs were pretty trapped, but kind of was moving really fast. But those are nice trends to take. You know, you don't want to take you want to get the reversal, you know, on the first big reversal. But the round tripper, you got to be careful of the reversal. So I'm not going to buy that. But the round tripper could be good. That's when you want to jump on the trend, because that's when they're stuck and the trend's looking pretty good. Yes. Thank you, man. It's just, I haven't seen it this yesterday and today. I mean, it's going up, but it's just so slow, right? You guys agree with what we're used to? Just a low volatility grind. Could look for a reversal up here on that gas, maybe, depending. But cattle are waiting. Hogs, yeah, they seem to be stuck here. There's Nasdaq. I hope Technique is still in. Be awesome. It's like a corn. Nothing. What a day. Just watching you guys. Let me know if you got any questions, comments, jokes. Just give me 1 sec while we wait for the next alert. Oh, there it is. Russell 2000. Let me guess. No volatility grinding higher? Correct guess. Here, cattle. Hogs. So cattle and hogs are at least moving. Nothing else really is. Yeah, the indices are pushing higher, but not really with any movement. Just leave Nasdaq up. We'll be right back, guys. All right. What did we miss? I had to splash some water on my face. Use the loo. And I heard a couple of alerts pinging. We got an alert on feeder cattle. A nice little flush there, but wouldn't necessarily have taken that. I mean, this could be a trend down. People are stuck. If we bounced here on feeder cattle, could be good for a short potentially. But I think we'd have to bounce a little bit more than that. But let's see. We got some resistance up in here. Nat gas, I don't think is giving us anything. Nat gas could give us a reversal up here. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's see if feeder. There's the pullback on feeder. Let's see. Feeder cattle, GFQ. Right there. I'll keep a close eye here on 301.6 because you have the extension there, kind of into this pocket. If this tried to get up here with like a flash or something, I might take a shot at that. That's within my process. We are trending down. You know, that's a big round tripper, so the longs are probably stuck. And I'm thinking at this point we're going to close at the low a day or near it with cattle and feeder cattle. So yeah, I agree, Christian. I'm at this point I've given up all hope on longing the indices because they just didn't give. They just been going like this without. Normally it's like, you know, this. So I'm with you there. So, you know, the only little blue footprint here in a sea of red. This could be it. It could just go straight down from here. It's just not really enough of a pullback for me, but maybe that's because the market is so weak, it's just not going to pull back a lot. It's kind of like a little flash there, but I would prefer to wait. If I miss it, I miss it. We go back there. So yeah, I mean, look at ES. Just each one of these 100,000 contract bars is 12 points or so. That's not much for 100,000 contracts. Here's Nasdaq, Dow, same for the Dow. Gold, silver not doing anything. Copper's just been here for a long time. Platinum, see, platinum could give a reversal up here if we get a good, see, ultra bonds. Crude just doing nothing. You see, guys, that's why I'm looking for the volatility. Like, I want to be in something that's, you know, going to give me a quick resolution. I'm either wrong or I'm right, right? I don't want to sit around and, okay, well, should I be in here? I don't want to do that. Heating oil to the moon, gasoline, nat gas. We know the grains aren't doing much. So the meat's kind of where the show's at for now. There's feeder cattle. So on feeder cattle, I mean, just depending, but if we got a push up like that and then sold into it and then, you know, like that, that'd be a good move. I had to sneeze, you guys, so I quickly and thoughtfully muted the mic. All right, we got an alert on Ultra Bonds, Ubu, September. Reminds me of Michael Tellinger's Ubuntu in South Africa. How's he doing? He was trying to start these little utopian communities called Ubuntu. Remember seeing that on YouTube. So I thought of that when I saw UBU for Ultra Bonds September. Ubuntu. If it sounds like I'm losing my mind, it's because I'm on the border. I've been streaming for 5 hours, watching the indices grind, and everything else is just kind of doing its thing. But that's all right. We have mental fortitude, fuerte en la cabeza. Or in Madrid, fuerte en la cabeza. Catalan, español, with a little bit of a lisp. David can correct me tomorrow when he rewatches the live stream. That's perfect, Christian. It's exactly the emoji that I'm looking for. But it's not linear. You just never know when the next, 10 grand's going to roll in. You just got to hang out and wait. I mean, as a good friend once told me, it sure beats digging ditches in the hot sun. It really does. I'd rather be bored in my air-conditioned penthouse than I would be on the side of the road digging ditches. I mean, thank God those people do that. But man, talk about a tough job. We whine like little babies when we got to sit here and, watch ticks go up and down. I'm like, no, I'm a little bored. And I'm saying to myself, I'm like, no, I'm bored. But then I got to give myself a reality check. Life is good. So it's always good to stay happy and humble. The key to life. You can never take yourself too seriously. A lot of money does that to a lot of people. They make a lot of money and then they somehow just think they're like amazing people. They're still shit people. They just have a lot of money. I mean, some of the most wonderful people in the world, like these people in Costa Rica, are incredible. They're so friendly. They don't have much, and they're just so nice and so helpful. Platinum, Ubuntu. So, cattle, feeder. So let's see if feeder can go up into my little zone up here. Got these two DMLs here. Yep, Christian. Fist bump. Fist bump. I'm just standing desk. Got to do some squat zest. Got to get a treadmill, pull-up bar. Got to keep the energy flowing to stay awake. I always look at my clock over there, but I have a clock here. It's 1:32 p.m. Eastern. I'm determined to be patient. That's the thing that really sometimes gets to people. You can be super patient for like 5 hours and then you take a trade and it loses and you're like, oh, I waited 5 hours for a loss. Yeah, that can happen and it will happen. But as long as you follow your process, then it's not, it's not for naught. Soybean oil and live cattle. Here's soybean. No, that's cattle. And here is soybean oil. Nice little reversal there. I think soybean oil might be a good short tonight at the close, guys, because I'm pretty bearish on the week, unless this is just going to do a fake out and start ripping up, which it could. We'll see where this closes. I'd have to look at the monthly and all that again. I mean, ES just NQ moving a little bit. Got a little bit of a flash there into the daily high. Some selling trying to come in. I still wouldn't short that, but maybe it can cause a reaction. I mean, I think this thing's going to finish pretty strong. You're at a lot of resistance now, but looks like it wants to maybe get up and through that. I'm not sure. Maybe not today, but I don't know. I could never bring myself to short on a day like this when it's just straight up. Maybe if I had a good reversal signal and I liked where I was at in relation to the daily and the weekly context, but on NQ right now, no thanks. Russell, gold, silver, copper, platinum, ultra bonds, natural gas. You know, natural gas can move a lot. That last look there, that last little bit. Open and took off. The Widowmaker can move. So, you know, see if we get a little double top reversal up here with our beautiful VolPro Edge reversal signal. Meanwhile, there's a pullback on cattle. Don't think I can take that, although probably wants to test that. I think that was the pullback there on cattle. Just a little too late to the party. That's pretty nice. Boom, 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 boom. Like that. So we'll wait on cattle. That happens to a lot of people, you know, on a day like today when it's easy to get, oh, there's a nice little flash, that's for sure, on feeder cattle. Right into this pocket. I mean, probably not going to take it because I want to lean against that extension, but be interesting to watch. It's easy to start taking stupid trades when you're bored and you start to get, you know, so I can even feel it in myself. I can control it for the most part, but be aware that if you're watching for a long time, being patient, nothing's happening, and you're not experienced, you won't notice that trigger finger's getting built up, and you'll just start trading. And before you know it, you finish the day, you're like, man, I was patient for 5 hours, and I just fucked it all up in the last hour by just going nuts due to my boredom. That can and will happen if you're not very careful. So be careful. Because you start out the day pumped to be patient and wait for your quality, but when you don't get anything, you start to lower your standards. This could be a good short here on for a close back down below 300. I'm gonna wait. I just want to see up here. See if this one goes like this. That could then be for that, which looks a lot like where I saw a similar. It's kind of like Nat Gas from earlier. That one, although it wasn't, you know, great, but there's that first one. There's a second, and then if you get a correction like that. So we got a signal in crude. Nope. ES, let me guess, grinding higher. Correct. So Nasdaq. Go back to feeder cattle. Any interesting observations from you guys? I'm having a good day. I mean, it's been pretty uneventful, but that's trading some days, you know, following the process. And look, some people have a great day today. Some people have, like most people, we know 98% of day traders lose money. So we know all the, you know, people claiming that they're successful, 98% of them are probably full of shit. We know that because those are the stats. But in terms of people who actually make money consistently, you know, you'll have they have different processes, right? So some people will their process will trigger today and they do well, and somebody like me, my process will not trigger. And it's like it goes back and forth, right? It's like Larry Pesavento says, some things make money some of the time, nothing makes money all the time, right? So that's quite a good saying. Hogs, uneventful. Keep looking at that clock. Don't ask me why. I have one here again. NQ still grinding up. I think it goes to 854 by pullbacks. I think you could be right, Technique. I mean, it sure is not looking back. 800 looks good. I mean, at this point, it's too late in the day for me. It's not my process to jump in on a trend at this point, so I'm not going to. But for those of you who are feeling it, you know, if it's part of your process, just I know that late in the day, sometimes you can just, you know, for me, I know what I was looking for today. Jumping on the trend in here in the middle or a reversal to get long. Kind of just where I'm at with it. But I love that you're long and up. And I hope it does go to 854 for you. Yeah, that's the level you said. Yeah, I hope so. Fingers are crossed. Rooting for you, man. Little flash pattern on ES, but I mean, you got support here. Not doing anything. Heating oil's just been grinding up. Yeah. NQ, at least it's moving, right? Something's happening. So maybe a Fed speaker said something. It's kind of nice. You know, we're getting a little bit of up and down. Hmm. So that was our alert for Nasdaq. I mean, it looks like it probably wants to keep heading up, but I just have to wait. I mean, we've already put in the average daily range. Yeah, those are the alerts, volume alerts. They're right here, Technique. So you'll see them come in. That last one was Nasdaq. So it's due to alert me when the higher time period volume chart is getting close to closing, so I can look at it and see if there's a good reversal or a good trend trade. That's all I'm looking for right now. So there's lots and lots of good trades I see that I'm not really taking. Like the Dow today, I did like this pocket a lot earlier, especially because Nasdaq and ES were pushing higher. But I just didn't take it because right now I'm like, well, I want to be in a real trend. To me, this was still kind of in congestion. So that was like a pocket for congestion exit, which turned out to be beautiful, especially since I was bullish on the day of the Dow. Maybe I should take that. But I'm just working on very specific things right now. And plus, you just don't know when this happens that this is going to happen. I mean, we suspected it coming out of the weekly and the daily pocket. Definitely suspected it. Incalculable risk. Yeah, I think I kind of know what you mean, but if you want to share a little bit about that, Zest, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, no, that's good. Exactly. I think that that sums it up. Bullish, but no signal. Yep, kind of like that for sure. All right, so there, feeder cattle rolling over out of that pocket. Is that going to be a collapse down to the lower days? Maybe. So there's like your pullback, kind of a nice little pullback in a trend there. How much time we got? 20 minutes. I don't really know how feeder cattle moves toward the end of the day, but you know, I could try to get long at 301.20, but we're already headed down pretty good. Maybe, yeah, let's, sorry, short at 301.20. I didn't mean long. I'll try to get short at 301.20 with a stop at like 40. Because we're trending down. We got a little pocket here. It's end of the day. Is this like a subpar trade? I don't feel like it. I mean, we are trending down. The longs appear to be stuck. We had a failed congestion entrance up attempt. We got a pocket. We've got resistance there right here. So I'm trying to get short here for a move down to here. Well, I'm filled, and if the selling doesn't come in here, I'm in trouble. And I'm kind of learning too, so I don't mind taking a small loss here on feeder cattle. I've never really traded it heading into the close. I don't know how it works. I'm short. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, I should be short. Why does it show my position? Yeah, okay. I'm short. So here you guys can see I'm short 2 contracts of feeder cattle from 301.20, like I said, and this is my profit per account right there. So we'll see. Probably going to be one of those where I move to break even pretty quickly because it should, you know, it ramped up there. So I'll go to break even because why not? So I'm at break even. I'm in a free feeder cattle trade. Just that all by itself is kind of the highlight of my day, to be honest. And let's see if feeder cattle can, you know, collapse back down to the lows and end on a bright note. You never know. You know, am I moving to break even too early? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I should keep it at 340. I'll keep it at 340. It's not much risk. I think it's a little too early. But it'd be nice if it collapses. I mean, we got 18 minutes until it closes. I don't know what's going to happen, but it is trending down. What's cattle doing? I mean, cattle's near the low of the days. I mean, I guess I'll move to break even. Why not? I don't know feeder cattle very well at this point. A break even is okay. A win would be cool, especially because it's. Can you guys imagine if this wins? It would be so cool because then my highlight video would be I could put like a big cow on the thumbnail. I could put a cow grazing. It looks like I'm going to get taken out at break even, but that's okay. I'm still in miraculously, but if it jumps up to my entry, I'm out. I'm still in. Crazy enough. Oh no, it took me out of one contract, so now I'm only in. That's funny. It filled one of them, but I'm in on the other one. That's funny. That's okay. We'll see. JP, I'm glad I'm making you laugh, bro. That's the name of the game. Have a cow eating. Oh man, that would be the thumbnail of the year for a trading channel. So nice Russell outperformance. Yeah, I've been kind of thinking the Russell needs to catch up a little bit. Today was a pretty impressive day. Looks like I'm going to get taken out at break even, but at least we gave ourselves a shot on feeder cattle. So I'm just looking for explosive move to the downside, which right now we're not getting. So that's okay. Still in, but it's looking like it doesn't want to go down yet. I mean, the entry, good entry. I'm giving myself, a little bit of wiggle room on the feeder cattle. Hogs are collapsing. Cattle's there. Feeder cattle. I mean, a little bit of a bummer. It closed out one of my contracts. I was short two because this is kind of a small contract. So if it would have bombed out into the lows on two contracts, I would have made some decent money. As it is now, I'm up $100 per account. So yeah, it still wouldn't be bad. I think if it went to the lows, maybe I'd make $600 an account or something. Better than getting poked in the eye with a sharp stick. So we'll see. It's got this crossover to deal with here. So that needs to break. Because that's some support there. That's why you're seeing it lollygag around. But at least we're short feeder cattle. Like I said, I think the live cattle, that was a good short there. I told you guys that one. That's what we wanted. Bang, being short a couple live cattle there, bang, that's a nice move, Anyways, we're short feeder. Let's see what happens. We got the hogs heading toward the low a day. We're going to learn a lot here because I've never really held a meats position with 14 minutes to go until the close, because it closes at 5 after 2 Eastern. So let's see. It's trying. It's doing its best. We are trending down. Like, okay, should I pyramid this? I guess I kind of just wanted to be in. If I was on two contracts, I'd be up about $400 right now. As it is, I'm up $200, so that's okay. It's just like a feeder cattle tester. I gotta ease my way into these meats. I'll just hold, for a retest of the lows. I'm at break even. You can see here. See, I'm only short one contract per each 5 accounts. Before that was -10. I was short 2 contracts, and miraculously, it didn't take me out on both. I don't know how that didn't happen, but I'll take it. You can see I'm up 150 per account, so we'll see. We'll see. Probably going to be some crazy jumping around here heading into the close. I'm guessing that's what happens with, and I want to learn because I want to see what's happening here with the meats. Meanwhile, Nasdaq did what Technique said, a little bit of a pullback, now trying to push. You got some support here. I still can't long that, but Cattle's trying to go for the lows. Be nice if feeder cattle can catch down. Let's see. 12 minutes till the close. Short feeder cattle. No other YouTube channel is currently short feeder cattle, I'm guessing. Which I take great pride in. Nasdaq, little pullback, little push. Look, that'd be pretty cool if feeder cattle could collapse down to the lows. It'd be, a little bit of a win there. Come on, feeder cattle. Drop, baby. Where would be a good target? I would say, 300 would probably be a good target, round number. Well, here we go. Coming back to break even, toying with my heartstrings. Feeder cattle. Live cattle, yeah. Hogs, feeder. So, yeah. Well, it is what it is at this point. I'm locking in a tick to cover some commissions. At this point, it should just drop if we're right. That's a little flash against us. That could cause a little. It's either going to pump or dump. So we've got gasoline and it's gasoline. That's kind of interesting. Could be setting up for a late day reversal in gasoline, maybe up in here. Could be. Look, gasoline sell. Ooh, look at that move. I'd like to try and participate here on gasoline. RB. So on this one, I mean, where to get in is the hard part. Like you either get in now and pray for surf, which I'm not going to do, or, really up in here. So I just don't know if it's going to get there. May just get here. Wow, gasoline's wild. Kind of fun. Another one that I haven't traded much. Big spread too, 5 ticks. I don't have an order yet, guys. I'm just watching, but that's a nice reversal signal there. Late day dump in gasoline. Meanwhile, I appear to be in feeder cattle, but it's close to taking me out. Someone remind me before 2:05 Eastern to close feeder cattle. So, I mean, ideally, I would like to get short up here around 0840 on gasoline. You got a lot of resistance there on the weekly. The daily is like kind of tricky. You got some resistance up there. Oh, I appear to be out of feeder cattle anyways. Let's look. I think I am. Yeah, now I got to go cancel that order. Oh no, let me just, this is Tradivate, man. GFQ, everything's flattened. So I don't appear to be in anything. Fine, broke even there. Let's go back to gasoline. Gasoline. So could be a short up here. Around 0840 is kind of where I'm looking. Looks like gasoline's kind of a big contract, I think. I don't know if this would literally maybe be my first gasoline trade ever. Lots of crude trading, some natural gas trading, some heating oil trading, but really gasoline is the thinnest of the energies. I don't think I've ever put on a gasoline trade, so that could also make YouTube history. Crude just triggered an alert. Yeah, nothing there on crude. Feeder cattle, we already know. Yeah, chop into the close, but we had a chance, which was cool. Gasoline, I'm interested in 40, but we just have to see. I mean, even anywhere up here, like 40 to 60 is my zone. That would be the congestion resistance area into all this resistance up here. I might have to try it. 2 p.m. Let's just wait and see. Hogs are going to close. Heating oil. I mean, heating oil's had a strong day. Looks like this pullback here, you know, we'll see. Crude, not really sure. Keep an eye on it. It's just the daily chart. The weekly, you are coming out of a lot of support. You got to be careful, but you're at least at some resistance on the weekly for gasoline. But the daily is where you got all that support here. But you know, we may want to go back to it. You got some resistance here as well. I'll see what it looks like. Right now, there's no order for gasoline, but I'm interested. Could be like one of these, you know, on cattle or what was it? Feeder? Like that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. But now we know gasoline's pulling back a little bit. But that's kind of up where we want to enter anyways. Let's see. We got an extension here. Just going to use my tools on the lower time period and see. Ooh, Nasdaq, little correction here. Keep an eye on the Nasdaq. Maybe the Fed speakers are saying something negative about the economy. The Dow, a little bit of a pullback. Russell, same. We'll see. I mean, gasoline in that case could go down if somebody said something negative about inflation or the economy or something, right? And we've got a nice reversal signal here. Oh, okay. So I wonder what that'll do for gasoline. I mean, yesterday gasoline did the same thing. It ripped up and then collapsed. So this could be similar. And is that news 50% tomorrow? Like, was everybody waiting because they didn't know the date? Well, that's a sell-off. Yep. Well, these are the markets we're in, guys, right? So this is why you see why I'm kind of being picky. Nasdaq really correcting here. Ooh. Nat gas. Oh, big reversal on nat gas. So, I mean, gasoline could be good. Nat gas, pretty good. Let's look at gasoline here. I may take a shot just to learn some gasoline. I'll let you know. It's going to close here in a few contracts. I'm going to wait. I was watching carefully for, it still might drop, but I was watching that extension right there, which is that one right there. So it may push a little higher first. Let's go natural gas. I mean, natural gas I don't like as much. It's just because gasoline had more of a nice trend going into it. Heating oil, not doing much. Keep an eye on gasoline. Could be a nice pullback there. I mean, what's crude doing? Crude's trying. All right, I'll short a little gasoline. Let's just see what happens. Might be a mistake. So I'm short gasoline. It's kind of difficult here to say where. Kind of want to see. Okay, so that's a, looks like a small contract, I think. So I'll put my stop at 20 and just accept that risk. And I'll see what that, how that works. It's kind of a risky trade here with gasoline. What I'm thinking is that I do like that reversal bar there. It broke its extension and all that right there. And now you do, I mean, that was a pretty big flush. And now you know you're trending down on the lower time period. And now here's your, you know, your pullback there. So I was just thinking, hey, maybe this is pulling back to now try to get into a, you know, trend run like that, maybe. I don't know. And I've never really traded gasoline, so I'm just kind of curious. If it starts to drop, I'll move my stop to break even quickly. I'm short from 92 on gasoline right there, 92, you can see. Anyways, let's see. Starts to drop, I'll go to break even pretty quickly. Fed releases minutes of discount rate meetings. Okay, interesting. Gold, yeah, not too much of a reaction. Crude kind of sitting. I'll probably move my stop to break even now on gasoline because I would want it to just go. And again, I'm moving it to break even very fast because I've never traded gasoline. I'm not super sure about this. I'm in. If I get lucky and it snaps to the downside, awesome. And if it doesn't, you know, then fine. Like one that I'm much more sure about, you know, I wouldn't move to break even this quick and a familiar market. So just kind of trying to learn something here for my day. It's trading. All right, I'm out at break even. Yeah. So I'm down about $30 on the day with commissions, but you know, learning a little bit about gasoline. It's a pretty big flush there, and this may drop. Let's see. So Nasdaq, I mean, starting to move a little bit down here. I really don't know what it wants to do. $208. So ES. Is that a reversal bar? I don't know. I mean, it could be. You've had a pretty big move up toward the high of day. I'd have to wait and see where these close, guys. I mean, I'll kick around. I mean, if we get a decent reversal in power hour, I got to admit, I'm glad this is why you don't want to buy the trend for me. If I've already hit the average daily range, it could keep pushing, but it's just a little bit more risky there. But that's why I didn't get involved up there. But I thought it would go higher. I really did. I was just content to let it go higher without me. But, you know, if we get a reversal here on ES or NQ, could be a lot of longs offside, right? Could be one of those trades that kind of qualifies for longs offside. Dow's not really doing much, kind of holding up. Russell's holding up so far. So maybe the Nasdaq will reverse. We'll see. I'm going to wait till the close of this bar. You know, the higher time period bar is what I'm waiting for here. We still got quite a bit of contracts left. Wow, Nasdaq's not liking that. Maybe the Dow and the Russell will follow there just early. So let's see. Gold's not moving. Silver not moving. I would expected silver to get hit. Copper not moving. Interesting. Platinum not. Bonds not. So kind of interesting that crude's not really moving. Gasoline, you know, of course it took me right out where I got in. Now it's dropping, but it still just doesn't look right. It kind of looks like indices are the only ones doing anything right now, you know? I mean, the Russell I might want to short. Kind of maybe missed that one. I got to be more on the ball here. It's a pretty good short pattern on the Russell, but I would have already been in. It kind of came in right where I would have wanted at 6.9, 7. See if it goes back up there. I'll try and short the Russell at 7 with a stop at like 10. Kind of mid. That's a good reversal pattern on the Russell right there. It really is. I might have just been messing around with gasoline a little too much. Dow, no. Nasdaq, I mean, so I would expect the Russell to catch down, but I need to be in from 07. I think that was a good spot. I'm trying to get in at 07. Right there is where kind of I should be in for. Even 06 wouldn't be horrible with a stop at like 09. I'll try 06 with a stop at 09. Trying to see. I can't really see where. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, we didn't break that. I'm going to cancel that, you guys. The reason is sometimes I can't. You see, I was looking. I was like, where's that damn extension? It's here. So I canceled my orders. They're linked there. So this reversal bar here, it didn't even get close to the extension there or there. So there's a lot of support here that it's reacting off of. Now that might break, but I want to see this. I don't want to see that extension there. So, all right. Sounds good, Miyagi. See you, Christian. Thanks for being here, man. I'm going to call it for today soon, but I got 15 minutes left at least, and at least something's happening. Here's ES is going to close here. You know, is that a reversal bar? No, I think it could be a trend pullback long bar on ES potentially. Again, it's just I can't really see where that extension is, but I'm guessing it's hiding here like the Russell. So with that there, that's quite a lot of support there. And if the lower time period confirms it, I could maybe take a shot. I mean, this could just be an overreaction. I'll have to see. So I have to ask myself, is this a big reversal? I mean, if it was, I kind of feel like this bar should be closing below all this. Could be wrong, but you know, you got support here. So we'll see. Treading carefully. It's like a nice little weird pocket right there. Some buying, 2036. I'm just watching for now, see if there's going to be support coming in here or not. A lot of buying on the footprint, but let's see if these are valid. Nasdaq still pushing down. Dow and Russell kind of not buying it so far. Nothing else is moving. So why is this just so, you know, index specific? This could be a good spot to long into I'm just gonna wait. Something about it doesn't feel great. Nasdaq still searching lower. We've had patience all day. So far, I feel very good following the process. Problem is, we've already, you know, in terms of a trend pullback trade, it's not really valid because we already made the average daily range. So that's kind of what I'm like. I haven't expressed it, but that's what I'm thinking about. Like, yeah, it's not. It could go up from here for sure, but if it does, I'd have to just let it go up without me because we've already made. You know what I mean. So how many buyers are left here? I don't know. So probably I just leave that alone. Done a good job having patience. Nasdaq. I think probably the highs are in, but we don't know. So I don't want to long here, that's for sure. Is that what you guys are feeling? Another Nasdaq over here. I think the highs are in. So, I mean, I don't really know, obviously, but now these DMLs are distributing. So I don't really know what this kind of wants to do, but I think I'm going to leave it there, guys. I think it's been a good day in terms of process. I feel very, very good about it. The only one I feel I missed was gold here, and it wasn't really according to my process exactly anyways, so that was hit or miss, but still a good call. You know, the other couple just experimenting with feeder cattle, gave ourselves a free shot. Gasoline, you know, I wanted to see what that tick value was. Seems to be a small contract, very volatile. Other than that, not much. Indices just kind of grinded. I think that I'd be careful here the last hour. Well, it's hour and 40, but I'm going to wrap it so I can take a little break before I come back with the end of day analysis. But it's been a great stream, and I appreciate you guys being here. So take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in Discord with the analysis in a bit. Thanks, guys. And appreciate it. Thanks, Zest. See you guys. I'm out. CJP, thanks for being here, you guys. Appreciate it. Cheers. All right, I'm out.